Oops, I think I'm live. Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday, Zen friends. Happy Solstice. Happy Litha, however you might say it. Today is continuing to be, yesterday was probably technically the longest day of the year. So we'll have a little bit of a solstice celebration here as well. So happy to see you guys. Hope you're having a great weekend so far. And let's get into the energy. We'll start off, of course, as we normally do, bringing in love energy. We'll do that through our amazing singing bowl, which I love, love, love. And we will just, we'll start off by taking a big deep breath to come back to right here, right now, out of the chaos of the world, out of the future, out of the past, come into the moment. So if you want to join me in doing that, let's do that right now. Just a big deep breath in. Hold it for just a sec. Let go when you're comfortable. And as I hit the singing bowl, just imagine this beautiful, beautiful waterfall of eternal, unconditional love energy just flowing down into our being and filling us up into our minds and all of our thoughts and our stories, into our emotions and our heart, into our energetic fields, our meridians in our body, our chakra system, our auras, going into our physical bodies, into our bloodstreams, all of the organs of our body, our muscles, our joints, all of that. And then filling up our life and overflowing out to the world, allowing it to do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the collective, raise the vibration of the planet. And something we can do to help with that, as I'm hitting the singing bowl, think of just one thing that you're grateful for in this moment. Gratitude is one of the higher vibrational energies. It immediately starts to raise our love vibration, and it puts us in the energy of receiving messages, but also receiving what we're grateful for. It's a win, 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 right? All right, so let's begin. I'm gonna take another deep breath in here. Okay, let's go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Can always feel that extra energy flowing when you guys join in. So welcome everybody. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I am bruddaZEN. We got all our Zen friends here. Wonderful people, huge hearts, great senses of humor. Two things we can definitely use in this life for sure. This human adventure, right? So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome. So happy to have you here. Quickly, how the free readings work. I just go down in order, first come, first serve down the chat. There's no special list anywhere. The chat be it. So just put your question out there. Or if you don't want to share your business out there, or you don't know what you want to hear from spirit, you're just like, I don't know, I want to hear from them, but I don't know what. Just, you can ask for a general reading, and we will, bring that messages through. Free readings are 1 to 2 cards. Hey, Ankita, no, I don't show it. I checked my little report that shows all the stickers and donations and stuff, and it didn't go through on my end. So, yeah, sometimes that glitch happens in YouTube. I know, right? I'm grateful for YouTube though, because we wouldn't be here without them. So we are grateful. It's not perfect, but so you might want to try again. Double check and make sure it didn't go through your finances, and if it did, definitely, yeah. As Sudeshna says, perfect. Thank you, Sudeshna. You can check your bank account, make sure it was refunded to you. If it did go through, make sure it's refunded because I didn't get it. We don't want just to donate it to a corporation. They make enough money, right? Hey, Shanji. All right. So, so that's how the free readings work. Sorry, just zip, zip, zip. We're gonna be a squirreling today. No, no, we're gonna be focused. We're gonna focus. Come back, bruddaZEN. Uh, so that's how the free readings work. If anyone does make a donation, I do honor that energy request and energy exchange. I prioritize those readings, meaning I step out of the free readings, I dive deeper, pulling more cards for that. We get into the, energy there. Um, and sorry, I'll try not to read there right now. Gotta stay focused. I'll answer you in a second here, Ankita. But so I dive deeper and pull more cards for those, and then if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. I also have my Venmo, my Cash App, my PayPal, and my Square, and you can use any of those. Um, and I don't have any set dollar amount. Sorry, I will focus here. Any dollar amounts, I don't, I know everyone's finances are different. The cost of living is different. The exchange rate is different all across the world. So whatever you give from your heart is the perfect amount. And I like that. Is there noise coming through from the mic? Is it for everyone? Is it going to be, it's not Mercury retrograde. What's going on? Yeah, maybe try closing the app and reopening it is good for both Ankita and Sudeshna. Maybe try that too and just see if it's something. But is everyone hearing something through my microphone? Let me just make sure it's plugged in here. It is. So hopefully that's all working okay. We don't want it to be through the entire thing here. So make sure the wire's all good. Yeah, let me know if you guys are hearing any kind of feedback or noise coming through on the microphone. So once I'm done with donations, I do return back to the chat and work through the. Let me make sure here. Great and clear. All right, thank you, Melissa. So hopefully it'll clear up. I'll try not to touch the mic. Right? No, yeah, the summer solstice, which is a great segue into what we have happening. We're going to do a little solstice ritual here in a moment. But if you guys didn't catch it, happy birthday, LD Cancer Sun Signs. This is the last of my sun season videos that I'm putting out. And so enjoy this one. And of course, Cancer season is the solstice as well, which these will be the last of my solstice readings, which is the playlist has for air signs, water signs by each element for the next 3 months. So be sure to check those out. Those are all free there. And also I'm posting things. If you haven't seen the video about getting into my June drawings, this video announced my winners from May. I had a month-long drawing, For June, I'm going to have weekly drawings. We've got two down. We've got two more to go. Doing it next Tuesday and the following Tuesday, which will be July 1st. But that'll be the last two for June. So if you're interested in getting in a drawing for a personal recorded reading, be sure to check that out and check that video there. Is it breaking? Yeah, maybe before I'll start, I'll reboot the stream with and unplug uh, my microphone. Maybe it's acting up. You hear it too? Okay. Yeah, maybe before I do the ritual and everything. Sometimes, it just what is going on in the world, right? All this energy. So sorry for the noise issues here. I think that was all that I wanted to mention. Yeah, we'll leave that with that there. Yeah, I know it can be irritating. Oh, there are no issues now, but Shanji hears it too. So um, it might just be in the stream here. Um, okay, before I do anything, when it gets a little louder, that's not good. See, before I do anything, let me take some screenshots because if I lose the chat, I do not want to lose all of your guys' questions. Let me just do a preemptive strike here and grab all that, and then we'll give it a try here. With the not working for Ankita and acting up, maybe there's something going on with the stream, which, can hear it, right? Oh, it's nothing. So Nelly is not hearing anything. Could be your ear pods. Okay. Well, maybe we won't try it yet. Just because I don't want to lose everyone and everything. All right. Well, let's do a ritual for the not the solar eclipse, the solstice, and see if anything clears up for everyone. So I'll try not to be too loud. Maybe I'll move the microphone a little further right. Okay. So as Nelly was saying, it is the longest day of the year, at least in the northern hemisphere. Southern hemisphere, they're in winter because we're pointed toward the sun. The southern pole is, towards away from the sun. So they got the shortest day of the year. We have the longest, but we can both still connect to the energies of of both hemispheres if we want to. Some things we can do to celebrate Litha or the summer solstice. We can craft what are called sun catchers, which you put in your window to help capture the sun, or herbal wreaths, put them in your windows, or even flower crowns as well. Fire rituals, be safe with those. We're going to do a little candle over here. So we'll do a little fire ritual here in a minute, but any kind of candle magic, which last night, we did a red candle. We'll do an orange candle today, a yellow candle tonight, and I'll get another red candle, red candle, which we'll do tomorrow during that session. So we'll have a ritual each time. I've been giving little hints in each one on things we can do. So those are the two things around that. And of course, when the sun is at its biggest, spring is when things sprout and everything, but summer with the rains we had in the summer sun is when things grow the most. So we've got a great growth opportunity during the summer solstice. And also with the winter, we have, as things kind of, at least on the surface, kind of die and stop growing, they go into hibernation. There's a lot of stuff that grows beneath the surface. So we can ask ourselves during this energy, what are you ready to let go of with that winter energy? And then also we can focus on where is there abundance to be grateful for. Some things we can be grateful for: the sun to grow food, right? In order to grow food, we need the sun, so we're grateful for the sun. That's growing food and keeping our planet warm so we don't freeze our bohinies off, right? And freeze to death. and for giving us vitamin D, which helps our bodies work at its highest. Can also be grateful for the trees and the plants that give us oxygen that we may live in this beautiful, we can gratefully give our carbon dioxide, carbon dioxide, not monoxide, carbon dioxide to plants. It's a beautiful partnership, a divine partnership we have with trees and plants and bushes and all of that too. And then we can also have gratitude for fresh water, of which we're made so much of, and that keeps us living and flowing with life. So we can start with gratitude on those things around nature. And there's this little blessing. I did it last night. I'm going to do it every session. We're going to light the candle here and ignite some beautiful energy to make sure it continues to go. All right, there it goes. And the blessing is on this day of midsummer. May the sun bring you warmth. May the earth support you. May the air renew you and the fire ignite your spirit. May the sun bring you new beginnings, and may the moon make dreams take flight. May the balance you seek be found within you, and may the love you give be returned to you tenfold. So let it be. Beautiful. So that is my blessing to all of you, all my Zen friends. We're also going to pull a collective, and this will be this, and we'll get into the readings. I know, let's go, bruddaZEN, but one more collective reading that we'll do from the Seasons of the Witch, the Litha Oracle, which is for the summer, for this day, right today, the 21st is normally when it's celebrated. So let's shuffle here. We got the worst card last night, what they call the worst card, because we had the heat wave last night. So we'll see what blessing we have for today. All right, here we go. This is our collective reading. Let's see, where are we going to put these? We'll put these right here for right now. All right, we got the farmer's market, number 9. Beautiful card. We'll put that up there. Sorry for the glare. Remember to distinguish abundance from wholeness. Choose wisely and intentionally. So let's see what this brings in here. Keywords are abundance of choices, farm to the table, source to spirit. I like that. So this says there is something magical about seasonal eating and living farm to table. Food is never fresher than when it's pulled directly from the earth. Sadly, many of us do not have access to our own gardens, but fortunately, farmers markets are becoming more common as people seek to return to a slower way of living. Each market offers far more than your traditional grocery store, from heirloom varieties to unique hybrids created by knowledgeable farmers. There are many paths for your question or situation or our lives, right? But not all paths will lead to success. Each option offers a different flavor and may prove to be something you don't enjoy. Choose carefully, being mindful that the option that appears to be perfect may be hiding something underneath, such as a perfectly formed tomato with a worm inside. When you're faced with an overwhelming amount of choices, lean on your higher self to guide you to the right answer. Your spirit is connected to Source, God, the greater intelligence, or any other name you use to identify the divine. The answer is always available to you, but sometimes your ego attempts to rationalize choices that should be made from your heart and soul. Excuse me, you may wish to spend time in meditation or communing with the earth in stillness for more guidance, or considered using, there's a farmer's market spread, which we can always use someday. They have a check-in with spirit prompt. So this journaling prompt is one that I often go back to when I need to check in with spirit and quiet the noise in my mind so I can allow spirit to lead me. For this exercise, you'll need some paper and a pen or pencil. Prepare by finding a quiet space and calming your mind. Excuse me, take a few deep breaths. And when you're ready, ask your question and allow yourself to write out all the thoughts that come to mind, even the unrelated ones. Once you've done that, go to a different page, ask again, and this time add, only my spirit may guide me. And without forcing thoughts in, allow yourself to record what naturally wants to be shared. I love that. So that is what we have for our collective reading. Whoa, as I throw everything around here. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I love all this wonderful energy for us. All right, there we go. All right. So that is the shenanigans on what we have for right now. And let me here. I think we are all good here. So hopefully the sound is all going good for everyone. I will be using this Witch's Tarot today. If you enjoy it and want it, now you know what it looks like. If you want to pick it up wherever you procure your cards. And we will start off with donations. After each stream, I do put a pinned comment listing the readings with timestamps. I'll be listing them as I go through the chat too. This session can sometimes last 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, sometimes 6 hours. So if you need to go live life and come back, sometimes it takes me a while to get through all the readings. Whatever I don't finish in this session, if I don't finish by 5, I do head off to go eat and rest because I come back at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. So whatever I don't finish, I do. I try to cover in my 6 o'clock stream, and if I don't do it there, then I come back for a third one after I spend time with my Praying Mantis members in the evening. We will get you some answers sometime today. And if you're interested in becoming one of my YouTube channel members, I didn't mention this. I do have 2 levels. I have Zen Cricket $2.99 a month, Praying Mantis $7.99 a month. We get together on Thursday nights for a joint session, just the YouTube channel members. And we do unlimited tarot. We have oracle. We have past life readings, all of that. If you're interested, there is a link down below. And then also my YouTube channel members do get priority in the sessions. After I finish donations, I do complete free readings for my YouTube channel members before I do the other free readings. And you'll see their names in green. I didn't do a shout out to them yet. Melissa and Sean G. I see you guys. Hello, hello. And let me move up here. I know we had Amazing Grace. Hello, hello. And so I think that is all that we have right now. So if you're interested, check it. Hi. All right. So far, this is what I have. Actually, I just had another come through. Let me just have my little list going here. So we'll start off with Sudeshna Ghosh with 3. And then we'll jump to Amazing Grace. Thank you for your PayPal donation. And then we'll jump to Nelia Medeiros for 2, and then Melissa, then back to Nelia, and then back to Sadeshna. And then Shanji, I got your 2 via CashApp, so we'll jump to that. And then Michelle Smith, that just came through. So that's where we're at for donations, and that's where we will begin. Let me take a quick sip. Sorry if I have the air conditioner vent closed, but you might hear a whoosh, because we have a heat advisory again here in Colorado. Just means it's gonna get hotter than they are used to. I spent many years in southern Texas, so I'm used to heat and humidity. I'm like, this ain't anything, but I love the cool weather and non-humidity here. All right, so Sudeshna, we will start here. Let's grab your timestamp. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Happy solstice to you. There we go. So let's give the first one a love and a like here. Thank you so much for your multiple donations and all your love and support. Give it a good shuffle. And let's dive in. So, yeah, so you want to know, should you maintain distance from T, we'll call him T, and stay just friends, or try to express anything and try to bond more? All right, let's take a look here. When we're asking questions of spirit, when we ask them, should I do this? Should I do that? They're kind of like, well, what do you want? Because they don't have an opinion really on our lives. They look at our life as adventures and that there are no wrong choices. There's just different choices with different outcomes. And so it's like asking them, should I have a vanilla ice cream cone or a chocolate ice cream cone? And they're like, well, what are you in the mood for? Well, they're like, or you can do a swirl. Sometimes they'll give us a choice. I mean, advice going, well, you know, there's also, if you ever go to like the little ice cream things where you can get vanilla, you can get chocolate, there's a middle one that's a swirl that brings them both together. And you're like, oh, what? I can have both? So sometimes they will give us advice on things we're not aware of, which we love them for because they have a better picture of life. So we'll kind of approach it a little different here. Um, on if you maintain distance and just stay friends, or if you try to express anything and bond more, what is the energy you get from both choices so that you can see, um, you know, with what you would like to have, come from this. So that's if you keep it as friends and keep your wonderful inner feelings secret, and this is if you don't. Oh, it's so funny. Because the bottom of the deck, you have the Two of Swords, which is being like at a crossroads. The two swords are sometimes like this, where you're like, should I go this way or should I go this way? What do I want to do? And of course, when we're not sure, it's usually either we don't have enough information to make a choice, or out of fear, we're afraid we'll make a wrong choice, right? So let's see what happens here. If you just remain distant and you do this, you have the Eight of Cups, which is about walking away from emotions that don't serve anymore, and the King of Swords. Yeah, King of Swords rolls over the sword suit with the Queen, but also gets a second portion. It's very much mental, and we walk away from emotion and go into our head. So emotions will start to wane a little bit as you focus on here, but let's take a look here and see what happens. Yeah. But the emotions still return. There will be mixed emotions through all this with the Seven of Cups, because you'll still, everything you're feeling now will continue around. I wonder, I wonder, I wonder, I wonder, I wonder. Your heart will um, experience a lot of lower vibration emotion out of fear, and because you're keeping it on the inside. It's like your mind starts to bully your heart and goes, no, you have to, keep all that hidden in the basement. It's like if you've ever watched Harry Potter, they send him to his room when the guests come over because they don't want them around. That's what the mind does. It exiles the heart into the basement, right? Yeah, the Nine of Pentacles, which is the feeling of being to yourself alone. You'd be with spirit. Um, but and then the Six of Cups. You got all this emotion, 6, 7, and 8 of Cups that's here. There would just be this bubbling of all this emotion still that happens below the surface, that at some point you either have to let all that emotion go and choose to release that emotion, or it's just going to continue to bubble up, especially when you push it down. It starts like a pressure cooker. The emotional pressure starts to build up as well. So it's like you either have to, you know, dump out the emotion and go, I'm going to choose that it's just going to be friends, or I need to express myself, because there can't be the little cone in the middle. You can't have both in this case. It's like you either have to go, you know what? I'm going to choose to have them a friend for life and nothing else. I'm going to pursue emotion somewhere else. Or I've got to tell them how I feel, chance losing the friendship. And if it is, then I'll have other, they're not the only, it's not the two of you on a desert island. If you don't have, if you're not friends with them and in a relationship with them, you won't have any friendships or relationships. You'll have others, right? So that's good to know there. And then if you do express it and try to bond more, you have the High Priestess, which is a revealer of hidden emotions. Let me move this rock. We have the Death and Rebirth. So there is something that ends and begins. We'll see what this is. Can you tell us more? Well, we got the Hermit card here too. Let's see what this last one is. And the World card. Wow. Endings and beginnings. And we do have here the High Priestess and the Hermit energy. I do want to pull a clarifier here, because this is like, can go either way with all of this. Especially with the High Priestess and the Hermit card, a lot of energy of being like to ourselves, and the Death and Rebirth, the death, ending, and beginning energy. Well, what is beginning? Let me ask that, because that'll tell us. That's what we're interested in, is where does this go, right? Well, we have the Ten of Swords, the ending of expectations, another ending and beginning card. Are they going to keep us in suspense? Why do your spirit guides have to be so mean? Just kidding. Three of Pentacles, being true to the authentic you. Wow. They're not going to tell us, because they keep on just repeating it. And as I'm pushing, I'm not getting anything about what is beginning here. You have some other questions. We'll see if anything comes through in those. But I do feel like they're wanting you to know it's important for you to express yourself and face the fear without knowing the result. I know. I can't cuss on YouTube, but you can cuss there if you want. Rah, 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 rah. You can tell your spirit guides,
this is my last word. No!
Tell me. But, we'll see what the fortune cookie comes up here too. I feel like we want to pull from the Dreamer's deck, but it's like knowing that it's important to be able to express your emotions and face our fear of the outcome, because when we're shrinking and not sharing who we are because we fear an outcome, it's like, you know what? Eventually, I either have to kill it myself inside, where I end the relationship, the emotional romantic relationship that I have this dream of maybe having happen. I got to kill it and just be friends, or I've got to express it and it evolves or dies. Either way, it's like I've got to move forward and stay, instead of staying stagnant at the crossroads. It's time for a decision. I feel like Spirit's saying it's just important to share your emotions, and then if it isn't mutual, then and it's good. And yeah, we might be a little embarrassed in the moment and go, oh, but it's like, no, we should don't need to be embarrassed about our heart and expressing it. you know the people that express themselves, people are like, wow, I wish I was that courageous and brave, just to be able to be, you know what, this is what I feel. And I did that. I had a really close friend, and I was very attracted to them, and I told them, and it did make it awkward in the relationship and friendship afterwards. But I was like, at least I knew, and then I knew to move on emotionally and not have this secret crush. It's like, share it, and if it's mutual, great. If it's not, hey, they take it as a compliment. Wow, well, I'm so glad, and then it unfolds, right? Yeah. I like this. I am ready to receive. I know that I can manifest all that my heart desires. I can manifest. Doesn't mean someone is going to bring me what I need anyway. They can't. They can't bring you what you need in your heart. Only you can. Um, and that's our big experience we have in any relationships. We're taught someone else is gonna make our heart feel full, and that's the big lie. It's not true. No one in the outside world can fill our heart, because what we're searching for is the eternal, unconditional love of the upper realms. Unconditional love. Once we find that and we fill up and overflow, then what people give us in the outside world is above and beyond extra. Till we do that, the love we search for will fall short, and it will feel empty, because humans are fickle. We, as human characters, we change, we walk away, we pass away. We're always in a flux of different emotional expression. And if we're expecting someone to bring us consistent, eternal, unconditional love, ain't gonna happen. So I like this for you. I know it kind of can be irritating, but that's what's coming in here. All right. So that is for your first one there, Sudeshna. And then for your second one, let's give that a love and a like there. And let's see. So, will he ever commit to you? Is he even having any genuine emotions towards you? Or will he move forward with someone else? So, we'll do this on current energy with where you're at with your in the fork in the road without having made a decision yet. Because, of course, when we're talking about the future, choices I make in a moment can alter the direction. Even if I alter it a little bit, if you look at life, this is here, but if I do a little one, it's here. There's a big distance in between an outcome by a little choice I make in each moment. So when we're talking about the future, we do want to look at based on current energy. And if you make changes, then that can happen. And that could be why you're asking, because maybe you made changes after listening to your readings last night. And you're like, all right, well, let's take a look, right? So, based on current energies, will he ever commit to you in a committed romantic relationship, right? Number one. Is he even having any genuine emotions? He has general, of course, emotions towards you, but of course, we're zeroing in on romantical emotions, right? Will he move forward with someone else based on current energies? Any of those? No, they just want that one. Okay. So let's take a look here. Um, so, will he ever commit to you? We have the Eight of Pentacles, and I know another frustrating card and an answer to this question. Well, it can be frustrating. It doesn't have to be frustrating. It can be enlightening with awareness. Eight of Pentacles is putting in the work can lead to that. And the work, of course, is working on your self love, raising your love vibration, but also sharing your emotions. That's the work, right? Getting that courage up and sharing in the outside world. You can see it. So there is a possibility among the possibilities if you do the work and do those changes, then it's over here. So they're saying based on current, no, but if you do the work, you can. Of course, the important question that you wanted to know to help you make your decision is, are there genuine romantic emotions that are there? We got the Nine of Cups. So there is this emotion that's below the surface. The Nine of Cups is the fullness of emotional energy. You have the Eight of Wands. So there is, of course, Wands energy is energetic and physical attraction. That's there too. We have the Two of Swords, so they are at the crossroads like you are. Wondering, how do you feel? What's going on with you? What a great mirror, right? You're like, well, why don't they just speak up? Yeah, why don't you just speak up? Well, but then they are the one that are supposed to act first. Why? Because it's safer for me, right? I want them to say something first, and that takes a lot of bravery, right? And we have the Wheel of Fortune, which is the tuna for you. So there is that emotion that's there and that attraction that's there. Um, Based on current energy, would they go forward with someone else? They've got the Nine of Swords, which is the Nightmare and Insomnia card. Expectations, expectations, expectations. And I feel like we're going back to, they're reminding me of a part of a previous reading they had with you, with them, about trying to live up to family expectations and the supposed to be's and should be's. I feel like if you guys don't say anything to each other, that they'll end up in an arranged marriage with all this Nine of Swords trying to, um, live up to what the family is wanting. And it's not that they um, are being forced, like, you have to. They're like, if you haven't found someone, we've got someone that we um, can arrange, and that's where they're at in this crossroads. They're like, well, I can follow the family and what they want to do and go into that, but my family's also giving me the option, if I have someone that I care about and love, that I can choose that. They're not going, it has to be this. They're going, if you don't have anything here, we got this. And I feel like if you guys don't um speak up, that they would end up with another individual. So interesting, right? Oh, the joy. You always see those movies where people years later at like reunions are like, I always had a crush on you. What? I always had a crush on you. Oh my God, why didn't we ever say anything, right? All right, let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. And we'll continue here, I know. Love, love, love. Always one of our biggest adventures. Yeah. All these two, 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 two. The power of choice energy. Feminine forces, relationships, balance, prosperity, efficiency, patience, humility. It says you can do everything by yourself, but life is to be shared. Partner up with the right spirit, and you'll become a force. Honor commitments and people around you. Don't judge, listen. So I like that. Close your eyes and open your heart. Um, and Spirit is saying here too. They're kind of showing me, you know, there is kind of like a vanilla chocolate swirl mix, in that you don't have to go right out and go, "Hey, I love you," or be totally quiet. You can start sharing your heart more in little ways, more and more and more and more and more, and until you feel more comfortable. And you can tell by their responses as you more and more, open up more and more. Because if you open up more, they feel like they can open up more, right? Instead of it having to be an all or nothing kind of thing, too. So hopefully that helps. All right. So that is what they have for that one. And then for number 3 here, Sudeshna, let's give that a love and a like. Thank you again for all of your donations. Long question. All right, let's see here. So why is he so confused about us? He used to show that he likes you, but now it's so confusing. So why did he even show he was interested in you if he wasn't? What is the actual matter? Is this connection only going to be a lesson in life, nothing else? All right, let's take a look here. So first of all, where's the confusion? And he used to show that he liked you, but now you're getting mixed messages. Okay, take a look here. What's that about? And then why did he even show interests if he wasn't? But I actually feel like he was or is. What's really going on? Is it only going to be a lesson in life or nothing else? Okay. So I feel like we'll find all that out with those. All right. Well, the one thing, of course, the Wheel of Fortune on the bottom, showing up again here for you. The Wheel of Fortune, the tune of for you. One thing that we can kind of surrender to what's going on in our lives is that it is always for us, right? No matter what unfolds, trusting and knowing that, you know, life is an adventure that's all about showing us who we are, and this beautiful reflection. And so the outside world is all this adventure for our higher self to experience humanity, to understand ourselves more, to see things like we're a perfect mountain and we come down as a little human, to wander around the mountain of who we are, to understand ourselves more. And we do that a lot through mirror reflection of the outside world. And so just knowing that everything that unfolds is for us can help us in some ways. When we're stuck in our mindsets, in our humanity of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be, we are going to be confused. All of us are going to be confused, because when our little inner child feels unsafe or out of control, fearing rejection, fearing not being good enough, fearing failure, all those beautiful fears we come down here to experience for us, the tune of for us, right? When we're in that, we go out of our compassionate, loving, intelligent mind and we go into our little 2-year-old self, in pet hissing cat, and we actually are mentally confused on purpose, because our mind doesn't want us, when it feels that we're in danger, it doesn't want us going, is that a saber-toothed tiger, a lion, or a bear? Rawr, it wants us to react, not think. And so when we go into fear mode, we stop thinking clearly. We start acting like a child. So just know that. So let's see. Why is he so confused? Yeah, Page of Swords. Here's the thinking, trying to see things from a different perspective, trying to gain clarity. So the sword suit is the mind, where the fears and those thoughts and beliefs pop in. And that's where a lot of the confusion comes in, all that stuff I've been saying here. We have the Ace of Cups, which is self-love. And what is this? This is karma. Yeah, the Judgment card, which is seeing things from a higher perspective. So, with those cards being the underlying reason why things are so confusing, it's a great message for all of us, because, like I was talking about in your earlier readings, the Ace of Cups is us. We're this empty cup in the beginning, and we're like, I need to be filled, but the only thing that will fill us up is the love from above. Anything else is it doesn't go into the Ace of Cups. It just hits the cup and falls down. That's why the external love doesn't fulfill us. And there's this energy here that's turning them inward, trying to understand. And what I'm feeling like a lot of the confusion is all the loves that he's had since middle school, high school, college, everywhere in his life, all the love interest that he has had hasn't made him fill his heart feel full. And that's all of us. It won't. And when we reach a point of going, wait a minute, as I interact with someone more, why isn't my heart feeling fuller? It's actually feeling emptier. It's like a giant crater, and you take a little pebble, like let's say this little rock, and I have this little rock right here. I'm like, oh my God, like when I close too. Wow, this looks so big. This is going to fill up this giant crater, and I throw it in. And as I throw it in, it becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. You don't even hear it hit the bottom because it's such a tiny little rock compared to this giant crater. Instead of feeling fulfilled, you feel emptier, because you thought something that was going to fill you up actually doesn't. I feel like that's a lot of where his confusion is coming in. It's not you, it's every emotional relationship he's had that he thought was going to fill him up was going to, but it feels like he's doing a lot of internal reflection, going, why are these things not filling me up? especially as I feel like he's been achieving some things in his life, like getting his degree, getting a job, getting this, getting that. Like all this stuff isn't filling him up at all, and he feels like there's something wrong with him. Why isn't this stuff filling us? But that's all humans. We all feel that way, because that's the truth of it. Once we fill our heart up with the higher love, then everything in the outside world goes from lack to above and beyond extra and overflow. So let's take a look here. We want to know, why did he even show he was interested in you if he wasn't? He was, Ace of Pentacles coming in here with the Moon card. The Moon card is a lot of emotion flowing below the surface. And the Ace of Pentacles is about looking at my worth in relationship to the outside world. So this does show me that, again, it comes back to that, Ace of Cups, Ace of Pentacles. My worth, like, why am I not feeling this fullness? If this moon, with all this flowing of emotion, I feel empty because it's not emotion that will fill up the Ace of Cups. It'll fill up other earthly cups, but not the big cup within us, right? It's like the Four of Cups. And in fact, actually in this deck, I think, no, it was this other deck. It showed like a big Ace of Cups and then three small cups. It usually shows three cups of the outside world, which are relationships, situations, and things of the outside world that don't fill us up. But that Ace of Cups is when we feel full. And then it overflows and fills up all the other cups. So hopefully that makes sense. So is this connection only going to be a lesson in your life and nothing else? Let's take a look here. Yeah, the Four of Wands. There's joy and celebration here. You have the Nine of Pentacles, which does talk about independence and making you feel whole, and the Seven of Pentacles. Patience, I know, right? Yeah. Lessons, joy, joy. I really feel that this, it can be more, but, as we were talking about in some of the other readings, based on decisions and stuff you make, you can end up with them. But I feel like they're saying, instead of looking at who you're going to be with the rest of your life, realize you are going to be with you the rest of your life. You're the one that you're looking for. And yeah, everyone actually will bring us lessons. So at the very least, they will show you about how to be independent and to look inward and upward and see, I have everything I need within me. I don't need anyone else or anything else. I have everything I need in this moment right now. Everything from going forward is above and beyond extra. But I have seen in all of our readings we've done for you, there is a possibility that you could end up married to them. You could end up in a relationship with them. But rather than having that be the focus, it's like they're bringing it in going, the Seven of Pentacles says things go slow to give us the time to raise our own self-love vibration and raise that up. And then that is what draws things that match that into our lives. So it's not fated that they absolutely will. You don't have a fated relationship in this life that it's absolutely going to be one person, that there is a multiple of different possibilities in your life, but all of them are going to keep pointing you back to your own self-love, because we can't give more love to someone else than they can give. Let me rephrase that. We can't give love to someone else more than to the extent we have love for ourselves. We can't receive love from others more than the extent that we have love for ourselves. It's like a little pipeline, right? If I love myself this much, no matter how much love I want to flood out to someone, all that's going to make it out is drip, drip. No matter how much love they want to flood in here, we're just going to get drip, drip. So the more we raise our love vibration, we work on raising our self-worth, our self-love. This way, it also expands our ability to give and receive love to the outside world. Now, if the other person has low self-love, no matter how much love we're going to flood out to them, they're also going to get drip, drip. And no matter how much love they want to give us, drip, drip. So all we can do is work on our side, right? So hopefully that answers those questions there for you. I know this is a huge transformational time in your life because this will change how you perceive yourself in the world with all of this. It is the time that we all have a major aha in our life. Let's see what else they want you to know here with the Dreamer's deck, and then we will circle back around for your other question or questions as well. Okay. Yeah. I am doing what feels good. I know that exploring my passions will lead me to my purpose, following our heart, right? And this is what's good. It's a good kind of going back to the previous message. I follow my passion, I follow my heart. We get brave enough to follow our heart, right? Brave heart, freedom. We get brave enough to follow our heart. We express it. And if it's not met the same, then that's information. We don't have to use it to judge ourselves or to define us. We just go, all right, well, that's good information. Well, I really don't, that's our fear, right? Well, I appreciate that. And what does people often say? They'll go, "I'm so honored and I'm so grateful," but I don't feel the same way. And we're like, "All right, no problem at all." You just, if what I used to say before I matured a little more, I used to say, "Well, that's good." Inside of me, I didn't say it to them. Well, that's good. At least you showed me how stupid you are because if you don't recognize what a gift I am, then you saved me getting involved with someone who's not too bright up there. But when we realize, we might be interested in something that's not really for our best. And if it doesn't work out, then we're being, um, you know, um, saved some time and trouble when really what I'm wanting is further down the road, further down the road. Hopefully that didn't make too much noise there. Sorry. So hopefully that helps there, Sudeshna, for right now. Right. So those are those. Okay. So we did those. All right. Now, Amazing Grace, you are up next. Let's grab your timestamp here. Oh, Sudeshna, did I even put yours? I did. Okay. Sometimes I forget. So we're doing things correct right now. bruddaZEN. So Amazing Grace, I did get your donation via Zcash app. And I think it said a solstice message. Let me just make sure you didn't put anything else up here. There you go, your questions in PayPal. All right. So Amazing Grace. Let's see what messages for the solstice they have for you. Let me just take a quick sip here. All right. So Amazing Grace. Okay, thank you. Deal with that one, this one, deal with this one, and these two, and those two. Okay, those three. They were like, nope, all of those. All right. Beautiful energy on the bottom of the deck. You have the Three of Pentacles, which is all about being true to your authentic self, allowing yourself to shine, allowing yourself to creatively express and allow things to outflow from you during the solstice. There's great birthing and growth energy that comes in here. And I feel like it's self-expression is a huge message for these next 3 months for you. And I really like that, the energy that's there. Let's see what else they have here around that. Get any specifics. We do have the Two of Swords. Yeah, a lot of decisions to make. I like that with the Two of Swords. And look at how the moon is actually even crossing the sword. I like that because for me, one of the big messages of the Two of Swords is about Closing your eyes and open your heart. When decisions need to be made, follow the heart, follow the creativity, right? You have the King of Cups, balancing the head and the heart. Yep, yep, yep. Along with the sun. Yay. This brightness, this fire, this passion. Sharing this. So I do feel here, you know, the and I get this energy because I'm a Aquarius sun, Capricorn rising, air sign. Even though Capricorn is a earth sign, they're big thinkers as well. But I have a ton of water in my chart, um, and so I get a lot. I have a huge emotional, spiritual draw. But I understand how sometimes my mind, especially being how I see the world through Capricorn, is what the rising sign is, and my CEO that rules over everything is Aquarius. Even though all these department heads of all these other areas of my life are water, the ones that are kind of influencing things can take me in a direction of thinking, overthinking, and supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's. And this King of Cups is great. It's balancing the head and the heart, realizing that doing things just from the mind leaves me into my heart doesn't feel very happy. Doing things just from emotion can take me into places that end up downward spiraling because it's a good combination of balancing head and heart that allows us to follow the heart instead of having the mind bully the heart into doing what it must do and obey all these small t truth rules of that are rooted in fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of not being enough, not having enough, blah blah blah. We allow the mind to support the heart instead, and the mind can be like, I don't know if we want to do it to that extreme. Obviously I go out of balance, and as I just recently had to readjust, or I didn't have to if I wanted to get exhausted and get sick again. But spirit was really like, balance. Let's come back to what is your heart leading you? And I'm like, yeah, I did all these other videos and things for 6 months, and that was my heart. But now it was like, no, my heart was done with it. And spirit's like, that's good. Now let's go into a different. Well, now where is your heart leading you? I feel like that's kind of this message for you for the solstice. All right, I've done this, I've done that. What am I ready to let go of and focus? And where's my heart leading me? You have the moon. Moon energy, there you go. And amazingly enough, of course, we just entered Cancer season, who ruled by the moon, and we just had Jupiter, the expander planet, the planet of expansion, which rules over Sagittarius. We just had a full moon in Sagittarius, and last week Jupiter moved into Cancer. So all of this expansion of emotional energy is really like the heart is like, I have so much energy flowing through me that needs to be expressed. Follow me, please. So I feel like there's a lot of that energy. And amazingly enough, on the back of the deck, we've got the moon and the phases. You do have the Wheel of Fortune coming in here too, with the two cards underneath it. You got the Emperor and the Four Wands, two powerful number fours. Card of joy and celebration and gatherings of joy, but the Emperor deciding too. And so it's like there's this message for during this period, again, reinforcing follow the joy of your heart. More specifically, like the heart says, follow me. It's like, no, follow the joy that's flowing through me. Where's my joy leading me? That will be the most beneficial thing for you during the solstice here. The Emperor is, I get to decide where I'm investing my energy, getting out of the mindset of all the advisors that are telling you, supposed to be's and should be's and blah, blah, blah opinion, and going, what do I want? And when we're trying to figure out what we want, when we follow our joy, that can really guide us. Again, closing our eyes, opening our heart, inviting our heart to the table to ask them, where would you have us go? And they're like, I would like to go this direction. And we're like, all right, mind, can we support that? And if they're like, yeah, that's not too scary. That's not too illogical. Um, it can be this wonderful balance and this movement forward here. Let's see what else they have here too. Another four of pentacles. So great opportunity for all this stabilizing energy. Of course, four is a very stable, like a table with four huge legs on it. A very solid foundation here coming in here. Transformational period of the Hanged Man. Seeing things from a different perspective. I like this. I like this specific one too. They have this crow bringing the Ace of Pentacles. So bringing some new opportunities through following your joy too. And here's the big moon and karma, which this is actually the judgment card. Your calling, your higher self calling you to a different place, calling you to a higher place. So again, there's this, the heart is calling, the moon is calling you. The moon is calling you. I feel like that's an important message for you. Mother Moon is calling you, Mother Luna. So I like that for you. Of course, she made herself known several times during this one with the Cancer Moon energy. So I feel like that's your message for the solstice. Let's grab your fortune cookie here too. And I feel like here, let me move these cards, because I have this other deck that I've been using too, and I haven't been using it a whole bunch, but it's Postcards from Spirit. And I do feel like this is a message from someone on the other side that wants to give you a message. I don't know if your mother is passed. That would make sense with all this Mother Moon energy. It's definitely divine feminine energy coming through. So we'll see who this is, or it could be a grandmother. I love these because we have the postcard itself. We got this little elephant here, and the stamp is 2 cents from heaven. They're giving their 2 cents from heaven. You are divine beauty. You are divine beauty is what the postcard says. Says, dearest you, we're a chatty bunch over here, always talking about how to support you in your life journey. We communicate to you through the language of oracles, dreams, signs, metaphors, and omens. In your life on earth, however, clarity in your communication is essential to being understood. You don't speak in symbols, and if you did, you definitely confuse things. Right now, you're facing a situation in which you're being asked to have integrity, be clear, and learn how to ask for your needs to be met. The first step is to admit out loud that you have needs. The second is to ask out loud for them to be met. And the third is to allow the other person, organization, or even us to answer you. When you follow these steps, you can most definitely expect an answer. In your favor? Question mark. Affirmative, we say. Loving you so very much. Wow, what a beautiful message. All right, so that is what they have for you, amazing Grays, for that one. So many blessings to you. All righty. Excuse me. And hopefully the sound and everything is going good for everyone. So let me know if it's not. All right. So Nelia Medeiros, you are up next. We have 2 for you. Let's put your time stamp out there. So for your first one, the ice cream cone. Yeah, we can use the ice cream on these warm days, right? At least where I'm at. So thank you for your donation. Anyone and anything coming towards you, anything you need to know. What else the Spirit wants to say? All right, let's take a look here. Anyone or anything coming towards you. What does Spirit want you to know? What is headed your way here? See, they do want that. They do want that. That's interesting. There's a message of putting down the deck to get clarity. So it's putting down something so you can use both hands, which is I feel like there's this message of you're super multitasking, you know, kind of clear your hands of some things. I feel like there's this other message that was coming in. Let's see what else they have here for you here. And I feel like this one and these. Okay. So at the bottom of the deck, you do have the Chariot. Powerful energy, of course, the power of choice and victory and movement. A lot of movement energy, saying that there is a lot of things headed your way, but there's a lot of choices to be made as well. So let's see what this is about. You do have the Six of Wands, again, another victory card that's coming here. What is this victory about? Ten of Cups, too. So there's this great amount of joy that's headed your way here. It feels like a joyful event. None of the cards are telling me that. That's just coming from spirit, because I'm like, I don't see that here with this, but they're like, no, it's a joyful, it's a celebration, it's a happy moment where you just feel celebrated. And I feel like that is coming your way here. Let's see what else they'll give us here. You have the King of Cups, which is a balance between head and heart. What's underneath that? You have the World card. So again, another victory card, an ending of a major cycle, reaching a level and having things unfold here as well. So I like that energy, because again, there's all this victory and movement and achievements and hitting something and then ready to move on to the next thing too, right? What else is happening here? You got the Knight of Swords, quest for clarity, movement of clarity too, with the King of Wands. Yeah. So the King of Wands, there is this, it's like the Emperor, and with this Knight of Swords, all of this combined, it feels like the feeling like you've accomplished something, you've gotten somewhere. Is that a word? Gotten, that you've reached somewhere, and you're like, all right. And I feel like what you're reaching is something that you've had in your mind for a while, of something more along something like someone said that this is what you should achieve in life and supposed to achieve, and you do, and you're like, all right, well, I check that off. Now what's next? What do I want to go next? Where do I want to go? What's the next stage? um It's, right, now what kind of energy. So this is good. It's this feeling of accomplishment and celebration, and you do feel the joy, but because it's, kind of like this external accomplishment, um, it it's like eating American Chinese food. Uh, you eat it and it feels good and you're full and it's so good, and then you're hungry an hour later. That's what I'm feeling here. This is what's coming through for you, is this yummy, yummy, yummy experience, and then you're like, okay, now what? Let's see what this clarity comes in with these cards. You have the Seven of Wands. I like this. Not shrinking, um, not asking permission to shine, being true to yourself, your authentic self, shining bright, not feeling like you have to defend where you want to go and what you want to do. And I feel like it's almost like this. Well, I did what most people want me to do. I've accomplished that. Now it's my turn. I kind of feel like this energy that's coming in. In the Three of Pentacles, you can't make it up. Both of these cards next to each other, about being true to your authentic self and expressing yourself in the way that you're wanting to do, your unique way. Underlying energy under that is the Two of Pentacles. Yeah, again, there is like this dual, okay, well, I could do this, which is the next thing that everyone else is saying would be next after that. But there's also this, which is what my unique self wants to do. And I feel like you're coming up with this choice of direction here. Obviously, we know which one spirit wants for you, because they want you to be able to express you and be you. But there's also the experience of you know, um, shrinking and dimming our light. Yum, yum, yum. What a great experience we have as humans to experience being unauthentic and not, hiding who we really are. That's something that we can only do as humans. On the other side, we're so connected and so aware. There is no fear of rejection because we already unconditionally love all each other. But humanity is one of the few ones where we can experience, ooh, not being myself. So I like that. You also, the bottom of the deck, you have the Nine of Pentacles, which is about, the nine is the hermit's journey. Um, in a way, the Nine of Pentacles is about independence and looking at our worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. So I love this for you. The real Nelia, please stand up, right? And expressing yourself more and more and more. Because you haven't been broken. You've been burning away that which is not you already. And you're just burning more and more and more of who you told you were supposed to be away. And you're allowing the true you to shine. That which is underneath, right? I like that. So you have I am intuitive. Well, it almost looks like my shirt. I know that all the wisdom I need to make the right decision lies within me, within you. I like that. So I like that message for you there. So that's for number one there, Nelia. And for number two, which is your the true you. Well, actually, I think that's the one afterwards. This one is the emoji with the heart eyes. I didn't scroll high enough. We'll get to your little halo you in a minute. So for the love eyes here, a general love reading. Any messages from your future true love partner? Anything else Spirit wants to say? Let's take a look. See here. Alrighty. Love, love, love. Any messages from your future true love partner? And anything else that Spirit wants to say? Okay, we got those and those two too. And evidently those two as well. Okay. Right, sorry, I'm falling off my chair here. My pillow. All right, there we go. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the Page of Pentacles. Page of Pentacles, this kind of piggybacks on to the reading you just had about being, true to your authentic self. This Page of Pentacles is all about an opportunity and a growth of how, like we were talking about the Nine of Pentacles, about looking at your worth in relationship to the outside world in a heightened way. It's like a big transformational energy that they're talking about here. Let's see what message comes specifically from your future true love partner. Wow. We like it. We got the Lover's card itself and the Wheel of Fortune, too. That, everything that unfolds in our life is for us, is the big message that they're bringing in, the tune of For You. And emotional choice, too, with the Lover's card. And I like this energy, because, like, these are things you know already, but it's just more of gentle reminders that, you know, life is always unfolding in the perfect way for us. And even I like the Wheel of Fortune because, the message that everything is unfolding for us doesn't always resonate with the human side of us as we're going through some things at certain times in our life. We're going, how is that for me? But when we get the Wheel of Fortune, that's even saying your human is so on board with this is for me. These things that are happening are for me. And I feel like they're saying that some things that are coming forward here for you with that, the Lover's card, is your power of emotional choice. Some things are going to be challenging, but some things are going to be a mirror for you, showing you how far you've come. Where, like a year ago, even there would be something that would happen that your emotional choice would be very low vibration and a lot of hissing, a lot of inner turmoil. But now, when it's something that would have happened a year ago happens, you're like, wow, this is weird. I'm not having any reaction to this. And you're like, wow, but I know I'm feeling this. I feel this. I feel the. So I didn't shut down my emotions. This thing just isn't impacting me anymore. Wow. And I love that they're saying, you're with yourself all the time, so you don't recognize it. But they're like saying, you'll realize now that things that you've gone through helped you get to this point where these things don't impact you anymore. So I like that for you. You feel this. Oh, good. Right? You're like, wow. So isn't that amazing? And I don't feel like killing some people anymore. Some. All right, let's see what else spirit has for you too. You got the hangman, yeah. So transformation, energy. Again, this acknowledgement of the transformation that you've gone through. Yeah, the Capricorn, Saturn energy. I like that because Saturn energy, one of the things I don't talk about every once in a while, and I haven't talked about, I feel like recently, is that Saturn is the taskmaster or shadow. It brings things up for us. It says, if you will look at this, here is the reward you will get. There's always a reward for doing the work. It's not just do the work and you're like, I don't want to work. If you do, you'll get this. And you're like, oh, you know what? It's worth it. I will do that now. And I feel like the rewards are coming in for the work that you've done, and more to come. I feel like that's what they're going to tell you here. Yeah. Queen of Swords, balancing your head and your heart, is what you've been focusing on. And the Sun, a lot of the inner child work that you've done too. They're acknowledging all of this work that you've done. It actually forms a cross. So you've done, the sacrifice. Now comes the reward, which are these two sets of cards here. This one, yeah, Seven of Pentacles with the Ace of Swords. I like this. One of the things, here we go. One of the things that's come in here is the clarity around what no longer is the fruit, that you're wanting. It's like, you planted this apple orchard is the one that we usually use. We planted an apple orchard and and because everyone was telling you they love apple juice and applesauce and apple pie and apple fritters and just apples themselves and apple crisps and this and that. There's so much stuff that comes from apples and this would be great. And you're like, all right, well, plant an apple orchard. And so you've done it and you put the work in and you have the harvest of the apples and you're like, well, I'm glad everyone else was happy with apples, but this whole time I've been craving um, guacamole, you know? And now it's this realization that I don't have to plant an orchard. Everyone has orchards in their residences in this example. So they can, if they want apples, they can grow apples. But I'm going to plant an uh, avocado orchard so I can have avocados and guacamole. And so I feel like a big of this work is giving you a lot of clarification around what it is that you truly want. And I love that. And it is. It's like we think, well, is that really a reward? It's like, yeah, because we don't wake up in the morning going, oh crap, I got to go live my dream today. I got to go work in the apple orchard. When we're doing something that we love and we have that, then we're like, oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait to go out there. And, oh, is that an avocado? I'm going to rip that off and, I'm going to eat that, or I get to have guacamole for lunch, or whatever. So I like that. Now I want some guacamole. I do have some in my fridge. I'll be right back. No, I'm just kidding. So the other one you have here is the Four of Pentacles. The building of something in the outside world. Wow, Four of Pentacles and Four of Swords has really brought you the reward, this solid foundation in the outside world, both of your mind and in your physical world, you've had this, result that has come in here. Again, the Page of Pentacles is looking at your worth in relationship to the outside world, and here's the fruit on the tree. You're like, here's what I'm wanting, right? So I like that. You want to run your own race now, right? To the grocery store to get guacamole, right? And some chips. Yum, some nachos. Yum. I'm not that hungry. I could eat some nachos right now. Wouldn't that be rude? Eat a chip in between readings. I'm just kidding. So I love that for you. Let's see here. Since we're talking about these dreams, let's do the Dreamers deck here. I like this here. No, they didn't want that. Oh, here it is. All right. I am never stuck. I know that nothing bad lasts forever, even when my emotions tell me otherwise. I like that. Sometimes our emotional choices, and it's like, no, I can switch an emotion in a second by emotional choice if I want, right? It reminds me, this was like when I was like probably 4 or 5 years old, maybe, around that age. And if you remember the old swing sets we used to have in the backyard where they're hollow and if you didn't put them down, they would fall over and all that stuff. Well, my brother, he's 3 years older than me. He pushed me and I fell back and hit my head. It explains a lot, right? Hit my head on that. It's, you know, it's um, not that strong of metal, at least back then. You're talking like, holy moly, over 50 years ago. I know. But it echoed when I hit it because it's hollow. Bing! And I stood up and I was getting ready to cry. And my brother, his intentions were not to get in trouble, grabbed me, shook me, and said, laugh, laugh. And he started laughing. And I started to laugh instead of cry. And that's the emotional choice. I always go back to that moment of I can choose my emotion because I thought I was supposed to cry, but my brother convinced me to laugh instead. And I was like, wow. So I love that energy that's coming in there with all of that too, especially since emotional choice is a big part of your adventure. I'm going to join these cards together real quick. Going to mix the last of the Dreamers deck in with the last of the Angel cards. And we have a mixture. Okay. All right, so that's what they have for that one. We do have another one. We'll circle back around for that one for you in a momentito. All right. Coffee cup here. So Melissa, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Thank you for your donation. Put that out here. Boom, boom. Let's give that a love and a like since it lets me. So thank you for that. Hello. So what can we tell you about your next job? Will it be the TCPA lead or will it be a different company? All right, let's see. Based on current energies, let's see what is coming in here. So number 1 would be the energy of the TCPA and number 2 will be or different. What field will you be in? Let's look at, again, linguistics. You're proud of me to be able to say that. Or accounting. Okay. And then will you get hired from the July 10th call? So based on current energies. Okay. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 8 of Pentacles. 8 of Pentacles represents putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. Also represents school. And with the Ace of Swords on the bottom, which can be more education or more training, but it can also be here, it can be clarity. But I'm getting this energy around, did you go to school for something? Did you get certified in something? very much energy that's flowing below this is whatever you went to school for that is of what you're wanting, like what your dream is. I feel like that's where you're headed for. We'll find out more here. Will your next job be the TCPA lead? You got the 10 of Wands. It doesn't feel like that. 10 of Wands is like it's a burden energy, but it's like the end and beginning energy, the 10, number 10, 10, ending and beginning. Don't feel like it's so much that. Different company. Yeah. I feel like it's a different company because you do have the King of Pentacles, which is the abundance energy, and the King of Cups is the balance between head and heart. Something your heart wants, something your head has learned, and it's the combination of the two. But with us asking with two cards, if I was going to say, is it this or this? The cards are saying different company because that's where you get all this kingly, masculine, divine energy, which is the highest you can go in the King of Cups, the highest you can go in the King of Pentacles, the outside world too. So I feel like it's a different company. What field? Linguistics. Did you go for linguistics to school? Because you have the Page of Swords and the Wheel of Fortune, which of course is a very fortunate card. And so I feel like we're leading. The linguistics actually brings you clarity and higher clarity, and again, the Wheel of Fortune, it feels like it's for you, and you're like, yeah. Which compared to accounting, no offense to accountants, accounting and accountants get a bad rap. I've met some pretty cool accountants in my lifetime. My dad wanted me to be an accountant. Well, he recommended it when I was young because I was good at numbers. For the longest time, I was telling everybody, I'm going to be what do you want to be when you grow up? An accountant? What? I loved calculators. I loved numbers. I loved balancing things. I was balancing my dad's company checkbook at 15, 16 years old. So it seemed right, but no, it wasn't for me. I took a course or two, and I'm like, man, this isn't like my heart's desire. But let's see what accounting brings in for you. You have the Moon card along with Three of Swords. Nope. And the Six of Swords. Movement, leaving old things behind, moving. So I do feel like linguistics seems to be where your heart is leading you. Because I feel like the moon card is all about emotion. Then you get the Three of Hearts, which is your moon goes, if you go into accounting, it's going to kill me. You're killing me, boss. You're killing me. I love that. Will you get hired from a July 10th call here? You have the Five of Swords. This is the battle between the head and the heart. You have the Tower card, and then also the Two of Cups, which is emotional choice coming in here. So the Tower card is telling me no, but it's happening for you. Again, the Wheel of Fortune coming out with linguistics and the Tower card, both of those are tightly connected with an energy of whatever's not meant for me is removed out of my life for me to make space for that which is in more alignment with my heart and my higher self, clearing the pathway so I can move forward into something that is in more alignment with where I am. That's the Tower. And the Wheel of Fortune is that what we talked about before. Whatever unfolds in my life is for me. Even though sometimes I'm like, how is that for me? But this one does say that you realize, especially if linguistics is your passion and what you wanted to go to school for and do, excuse me, hiccup, they really are, I feel like that's where this is leading you. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too, Melissa. I really like this here. And we'll eventually get around to your free question too. All right. This is you got an angel number card. 1, 2, 3, 4. Step by step. Good luck. Not good luck, but good luck. Spirit guides, progress, justice, structure, systems, processes. It has conditioning and rules, which this is about when we talk about the battle between the head and the heart. The mind goes, well, this is what I'm supposed to do. The heart goes, no, I want to do this. Like I should be an accountant. It's solid. It's good money, good work. Everyone needs accountants. Linguistics is the heart going, yeah, but look at this, says you are on the right track. Someone from the other side has your back and encourages you to try your best. You will succeed. Observe your surroundings and communicate clearly. Be sure that everything will fall into place. I I love it. Sometimes there's language barriers when there's different cards. They say in these everything will fall to pieces, but there's a famous quote that says when we think things are falling to pieces, they're actually falling into place. That comes back to that tower card. So hopefully that helps there, Melissa. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Hey, you got your degree in linguistics. So there you go. Boom, boom, shakalaka. Thank you for the confirmation of that. I love that. No, your 50s is the new 40s. Yay. You're so funny. Thank you. All right. So that's what they have for that list. Like I said, we'll circle back around for your free reading here in a bit. All right. So thank you again for your donation. I'm excited for you because I really feel like linguistics will be an exciting adventure for you. All right. So Nelia, we are back to you, my dear. Let me grab your additional timestamp here. And then I'll give everyone an update on where we're at here on donations in a sec here. So Nelia, thank you for your Halo sticker and donation. So like a general reading regarding your being in the cast group, okay? And their thoughts of you as a collective, their overall collective thought. And will you stay with the group eventually? Okay, so let's take a look here. Let's focus in on their thoughts here first as a collective. I'm going to say one card. They don't have a whole lot of thoughts, do they? All right. A giant letter I, like one card, like giant capital letter I. We'll see what that's about here. And then will you stay long with them or venture elsewhere? We'll look at that. And then what else they want you to know generally around the cast group here. And congratulations again on winning the free reading. If you have any questions on what you can, what you won, let me know. Of course, my email is in the description box of the video, on the winner video too. Okay. All right. Let's see what we have here. Hello. I'm paying attention now down on the bottom. We got the Six of Pentacles, equal giving and receiving energy. On here, you even got the relationship energy here with the Lover's card. So I like that. It's very much, it feels like a very good partnership kind of energy. A lot of equal giving and receiving. You're learning a lot. You're providing a lot to the group as well. This I energy is interesting because the collective energy it's funny in that they don't think like you're all about yourself or anything, but everyone is more concerned about what everyone thinks of them than what they think of you, which is humanity. It's a big awareness when we realize, because humans are always concerned. What are people thinking? What are people thinking? What are people thinking? But most people are thinking, what are other people thinking? What is everyone thinking about me? And the only time they're thinking about someone else is to point at someone else to go, look at them, don't look at me. But let's see what's coming in here. Collectively, the Page of Pentacles. Yeah. So this is an abundance kind of energy. So I really like that. They are seeing that you do bring, they are recognizing you bring things to the group with the Page of Pentacles. You have the Knight of Swords, that you are a person in quest for clarity. Like you ask good questions, you clarify things, you're in search of understanding, you're open-minded, kind of energy coming in with that too, which is great. I like that. You're willing to learn. And the Nine of Swords. This is the Nightmare and Insomnia card, but this isn't about you. This is them reaffirming that I energy, me energy of each individual person is, they're more focused on their own fears than they are, they're fearing, I'm not going to look good. What are people thinking about me? I hope it's good. I hope people are thinking well of me and not thinking I'm a burden or that I'm in the way or this or that, all those lovely fears that we have. That's there. So I like that. It's good to recognize that everyone has a dream of wanting to be loved, and um, and has their own dream that their heart wants and that their mind thinks it wants, right? So every human is in conflict between their head and their heart and then wanting to be loved. And all that's going on, that 99% of the time they're focused on that instead of everything else that everyone else is going on, right? It's usually because we're all mirrors for one another, right? Yeah. What are they thinking, right? Yeah, we're all doing that, right? Let's see here. What were the other question? Let's see. What were they thinking? Oh, length of time. The Tower card. Uh-oh. What's with underlying under that? Queen of Pentacles. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Once you have the experiences you need from it, it will suddenly end. I don't feel like you're going to be there for a long, long time. I feel like you're nurturing yourself, and I feel like once you get what you are needing from it and you feel like I've done all I can, it happens and you're gone, and it happens sudden. That you're like, all right, that's done. Let's see what else they want you to know here with this other energy. Let's see what they'll tell us here. Yeah, Ace of Cups, self-love, filling up your heart and overflowing. So again, that Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy coming in. Four of Wands, following your joy, celebration, gathering. Let's see what else we have here. You have the Star card, following your dream, following your North Star. The Five of Cups. I think this is the only one that might be inappropriate. Let me grab it this way so you can see it. Got the Five of Cups, which is a transformation of emotion, to the Six of Cups. Yeah. Kind of more this dream, following your heart, following this this energy. And I like it. And you'll know it because you're gonna sense it in your heart first. You will be like, well, I'm not getting the joy out of this like I used to. So your heart is taking you in a different direction. And that's when you'll know it. You'll be like, okay, I've had a great time. I'm gonna go now, instead of needing the lightning bolt to strike me and remove it out of here. You will recognize when it's time, when you've done enough and had enough. So I don't feel like it's like long time, not more than a year, 9 months, not more than 9 months, 7 months. 7 months feels around right-ish. So let's see what we have here for your fortune cookie too. Okay. And you have, and you're allowed to have bad days. It says, I know that I will sometimes feel heavy and disappointed. And that's okay with the group here. You'll have some days like that, but you'll know. And I feel like that's when you'll start to feel the energy shift where you're like, I'm no longer feeling light and bright. I'm starting to feel heavy. It's time for me to go. And I like that for you, that self-awareness. Right. So that's what they have for that one for you, Nelia. So many blessings to you. All right, so just an update here. So we'll have Sudeshna next, and then let me take a look here. And then we have 2 for Shanji, and then Michelle. And then let me take a look at timestamps here. Then we have Aries rising. Okay. And then we have back to Sean G. Hey, Sean. And then CJ. And then Alice. And then back to Sudeshna times 2. All right. So that's where we're at on donations. And for everyone waiting for their free readings, it can be several hours sometimes. Before I get to everything, I will get to you sometimes today. When I'm done with the stream, I will post a pinned comment listing all the readings with timestamps. So if you need to go live life and go enjoy, my feelings aren't hurt. You can come back and check in. I post timestamps as I'm going through the chat. But the free readings won't be till much later. Whatever I don't finish between now, sometimes I'm on 6 hours to like 5 p.m. Mountain Time. And if whatever I don't finish by then, I need to go rest and eat before I come back an hour later at 6. I try to finish whatever I can during that 2-hour period. Then I go spend time with my Praying Mantis members. If I don't finish anything in this session or that second session after my session with my Praying Mantis members, I come back on and finish out everything from the day. So sometimes, normally it's been 3 streams on Saturdays. I will always, you can check on the pinned comments and look for your name and go, nope, not yet. And you can look for the next, there I am. You can click on that little timestamp. It'll take you right to your reading within the video. So just let everyone know that so you aren't like hanging around going, oh my God, when are you going to get to my reading? Eventually, I know. And thank you guys for all your patience in getting to them too, because I know it can be a while. So grateful. All right. So you are very welcome, Nelia. And you are welcome, Sudeshna. All right. So we are scroll. And let me grab this up here. All right. So Sudeshna, we are back to you for this one. So we'll grab your second timestamp. Let's put it out here. So those are both your timestamps so far. And let's remove that. And give that a love and a like. All right. So thank you for your additional donation. Hope you're doing well. So you want to know something about your next significant love relationship. Please, who, when, how you meet, how will things progress? So we'll look in here with this, the current energies, right? Without expression to he who shall not be named. T, we'll call him T. If you don't do that, well, then what is your next significant love relationship? Who would this be? Okay. Tell us more about the who. Okay, thank you. I want more. Thank you. And then the when, based on current energies. What are we looking at? Like time frames. Thank you. How will you meet? Okay, thank you. Okay. I get to see it. Na 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 na. Well, it's the 3 of Cups, which is through friends. So we'll talk about that here in a sec. Don't feel right, like knowing and you not being able to know it. If I can see it, you can hear it. And then how will things progress? Yeah. No? Okay. Those 3. All right. So the bottom of the deck, we start off with the 10 of swords. The 10 of swords is about, this person has all these swords stuck in them. They're not dead, they're exhausted, trying to live up to all the expectations. I like that energy, it's always great. If I have one piece of advice to give everyone around relationships outside of self-love, it's let go of all the expectations as much as we can. The supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be, because when someone's given us this and we meet them and we have no expectations, we think they're wonderful. But the more expectations we have about who they're supposed to be and should be and how the relationship is supposed to go, blah, 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 it's making the amazingness of seem smaller and smaller and smaller, to where when we get married, suddenly all these expectations, like, why did they change? Why aren't they this wonderful person I met in the beginning? They haven't changed. It's our expectations and the stories in our mind that have changed. So if we could keep expectations at zero, we would have very abundant and amazing relationships. So that's underlying energy. Who is this person? Who is it? Ace of Cups? It is someone brand new. That was in my mind going, is it going to be them? No, it would be someone brand new with the Ace of Cups. So no one you know now. What else about them? We've got the Karma card, the Judgment card, and the 10 of Wands too. All of these endings energies, there's someone totally unexpected with that 10 of Swords on the bottom. The 10 of Wands is an ending, beginning energy. The Karma card, which is the Judgment card, has two X's. It's like someone that, unlike you ever have met before, someone that wouldn't meet your list of expectations, where you would actually have, if you keep your expectations, you wouldn't, be able, it would slow your progress with them, because you'd be like, no, 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 they don't meet up to, this. Your mind would be going, meow, 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 even though your heart's going, them, and your mind's going, X. It's like what is it? America's Got Talent. Me, when they give them the X's. I think it's America's Got Talent, whatever that show is. So interesting. Let's see what else we have here. The Hanged Man. It is someone it's seeing someone from a different perspective, but they've gone through a transformation. They've gone through, it's a butterfly instead of a caterpillar. And the people we meet that have lower vibrational energies, they haven't gone through their transformation yet as a human character. They're still a caterpillar. And as you're going through your transformation, becoming a butterfly, when we end up with caterpillars, we're like, one of the emojis that I put out that has the little butterfly carrying a caterpillar. It's like, you never see butterflies doing that, because butterflies want to be with butterflies, those that seek nectar, that are able to fly and go the distances. Caterpillars can only move so fast. Butterflies don't walk next to caterpillars going, all right, I'll hang out with you and act like a caterpillar, even though I could fly and I hate leaves, or I don't even eat leaves anymore. I have my little thing, their little long tongue is for nectar in blossoms, not for leaves. I can't even eat leaves. I need nectar. They can't give us what we want anymore. This one is a butterfly. They've gone through that transformation. Yeah, someone that is an equal, giving and receiving energy. I like that. Every once in a while, Spirit will bring up this message about, you know, um, we deserve to be with someone like ourselves, someone who gives as much as we do into our relationship, someone who communicates, someone who's open and honest and shares their feelings, can communicate their feelings, which is something you're learning, right? I got to learn to be able to communicate my feelings now, um, because if I don't, then am I going to hold back communicating my feelings in the future too, right? So I like that energy here. Um, when will you meet? You got the 5 of Pentacles with the 8 of Wands. Based on current energies, it's between 5 to 8 months. Oh, I know. But what can speed it up here? This 5 of Pentacles energy is the focus on lack, is the belief in lack. And so something that can speed it up, and we've talked about this, right? When I focus on gratitude for the love that I have in my life and the love that I have had in my life, romantic and otherwise, then I draw more love into my life. If I'm focusing on, I don't have this type of love, I want this type of love, then that's lack because I I'm not focusing on what I do have, I'm focusing on what I don't have. And when my energy focuses on what I don't have, pushes it further away because my energy is saying, I really enjoy not having. And it's like, what? But that's not what our mind is thinking. It's like, no, but that's what our energy and our focus is on, right? And so when we change that um, energy, it can come in sooner um, when we work on that. So right now, current energy is 5 to 8 months is when you would meet them. How you'll meet them, this is that 3 of Cups. 3 of Cups is like through your community, through your friends group. So I feel like it's gonna be a friend of a friend or an acquaintance of a friend. You're attending something where friends are at, a party, a gathering of some sort, and in doing so, they're like, "Hey, I brought my friend so and so, and da 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 da," and you're like, "Hey, nice to meet you," and blah blah blah, and you guys and you're like, "Wow, what a great person," and you guys hang around, and that's how you meet them, is through that. It's not like a blind date, it's not that. Hallelujah, right? Thank God. "Hey, I have someone I want you to meet. I want you to set up a." Oh, no, it's you meet them through circumstances, not through someone intentionally bringing them to meet you. At least they're not sharing it with either one of you. Maybe on the inside they are thinking, I think you guys will get along, but I'm not going to say anything. I feel like this friend is someone that doesn't meddle, but they're like, you know what? I want them to come along anyway. I'm going to introduce and just see what unfolds. And sure enough, bzzz, little electricity happens. This, energy. How does it unfold? How does it progress? The Emperor. We have this solid energy here. Let's see what else comes in here with this. The 9 of Pentacles, independence, choosing here, and the 8 of Pentacles. Yeah, it does progress over time. Here's that putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and it progresses through. It does move um, at a good pace because we don't have the 7 of Pentacles, right? Which is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit and a patience card. This is 8 and 9, and the Emperor is you, your energy. It progresses um, on how much you decide and you put into it too, which I like this energy because I feel like you're in this kind of change where instead of waiting for it to come to you, this is about you putting in energy too. It's that equal giving and receiving, not waiting for someone to be the one that initiates, the one that plans everything, the one that is controlling how fast the relationship goes. I like this energy of you saying, I'm half of the relationship and interaction. I get to ask for what I want too. I get to speak up. I'm not at the whim of someone else's choices. I get to, step forward in that Aries, realizing I'm the emperor of my life. Someone isn't going to become my life. Someone gets to become a part of my life. I'm an emperor that rules over my empire. They're on the border, ruling over their empire. And I'm not giving them my empire. We're not becoming one kingdom. I'm maintaining my empire. We're just going to share borders and do trading in between. And there's a difference in that energy than going, oh, now that I'm the queen of this, country and you're the king of that country, we're getting married now. It all belongs to you. And I belong to you too. No, it's two powerful individuals joining together is the kind of energy. And I feel like that's how that will progress. And I feel like that's a big piece of what's you're developing over this next 5 to 8 months. And the more that you focus in on that, that's what brings it in sooner is that 5 of Pentacles is the fear of lack, of not being enough, of not and it's like, no, realizing and developing your self-worth that I'm a catch, and if someone doesn't recognize it, they are just thank you for showing me that you're not very bright if you can't recognize the gift I am, right? Like, as we were saying before. Alright, so that's what they have for that one for you there, Sudesh. Oh, let's grab you your fortune cookie. Let's not forget that. Alright. Yep, we got 0303. It's about taking chances, right? There's that speaking our mind. Success, knowledge, friendship, impatience, freedom, and optimism. Says when chances present themselves, seize them and do something out of the ordinary. Whether in your professional or personal life, you will find success by welcoming creative impulses and having faith in your own abilities. Trust in chance and take risks on opportunities that could change your life for the better. Take a chance, right? All right. So that's what they have for that one, Sudeshna. A friend of a friend. Yeah. Interesting, right? So I like this, that this will come forward in this way as well. You're so funny, Dylan. Are you okay? Are you having a stroke? All right. All right. So let's take a look here. All right. So up next, we do have Sean G. So, Sean, let's grab your timestamp here for two. All right. Let me get down here. So, via the Cash app. All right. So, your first one up here, you wanted guidance for the weekend. All right. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know about the weekend? Okay, I do feel like these two. And this one, and this one. All right. So we have the Eight of Wands coming in here. And Eight of Wands, being an underlying energy, is a lot of fast moving energy. It is a lot of messages from Spirit here this weekend, too. A lot of communication that is, coming in with all this. So I do like this um, flow type of energy that is coming in. So I like that. A lot of energetic activity, but it feels like I don't know. I feel like a lot going on outside of me, but a calmness around me this weekend. Because I know, like I feel like I got the message before about allowing creativity to flow, and I kind of feel like they're bringing that energy back in as a reminder. Just I'm making sure I'm taking time for me during this weekend as well. But a lot of messages from Spirit all around you coming in. Yeah, Queen of Wands, here you go. She's a little kitty on her lap here, represents the connection to Spirit. So I do feel here there is this nudge to be still and listen, because you know that all queens have they roll over their own suit. The Queen of Wands rules over energy and spiritual energy, and with the cat, there's also cups behind the scenes. with each queen, which gives you that empathic and emotional connection to spirit too. So I do feel like there's this energy here of listening to spirit this weekend, being aware, watching for messages in the outside world, mental messages, memories, old memories being jogged, being touched in your mind. That'll tell you that someone that's on the other side is coming in and um, reminding you that they're around you and that they're always with you. And emotional energy and of course spiritual energy, but a lot of messages in the outside world coming into feathers, pennies, whatever those things are, butterflies, those things that that's them, that's grandpa, that's grandma, that's mom, dad, whoever. You're like, that's them. Hey, a lot of that coming in. Seven of Cups, yeah, a lot of emotional messages coming in here this weekend. And again, here's like here's a butterfly and a cat and all these different things coming in, a lot of emotional different messages coming in here for you this weekend. The Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, it's kind of the slow moving outside world energy again that we were talking about earlier. Just kind of like slow your roll in the outside world. Come to this inner place here. Yep, the battle between the head and the heart, the mind wanting to go to this and this and this, but the heart's going, no, it's time. It's time to put a pause button on the mind and allow the heart to feel and express here. Let's see what else they have here on guidance for the weekend, but I feel like that's a big piece of your weekend here. Yep, Knight of Swords. Feel like this is movement of communication, a quest of seeing things from a higher perspective. And as you're connecting with spirit, I feel like they do share that with you. They bring you a lot of knowledge and gifts of unconditional love and seeing things from a higher perspective. Yeah, we got the Sun card. Here is this inner child energy of Leo. Play dates. It's about playing this weekend, allowing that joy and that childlikeness to be expressed. Yeah, and King of Cups, balance between the heart and the mind. Again, this wonderful energy of um, putting that pause. There is time for the mind. I feel like more like Sunday afternoon to evening is more the mind, but like the heart wants to rule through Saturday, through Sunday afternoon. They're like, it's time for play. Plan a play date with your child self. Do some things you love to do. Um, but I feel like that's a big piece of their energies here. Let's see what your fortune cookie says too. Come on, there it goes. Let's see what else we have here. What else for this weekend? All right, this one here. 99999, right? The Hermit's Journey. Lessons learned. Culmination, results, benefits, reflection, completion. Take stock of your accomplishments and how you arrived at them. This is a reminder to maintain optimism and drive towards your goals. Maintain your momentum and know that the powers of heaven have your back. You made it, and the reward goes to you. So, very much supported by the other side. I feel like that's a lot of their messages they want to give you and show you is that, they have your back. You're not alone. That, but they want you to enjoy your journey. And yeah, it's important to maintain that drive towards your goals and what you want to do, but it's important to celebrate along the way too. I feel like is a big message. So that is what they have for that one for you, Sean. And then for your number 2 here, whoa, simmer down. All right. So for your number 2, you want any updates on the court date for the house in PA. All right. So let me take a sip here. Forgetting to drink. All right, let's go. So tell us about the court date in PA. Any updates? Not those, but I do want this one. Okay. Why do we keep getting the Six of Cups? Didn't we get the Six of Cups a couple times before regarding this house in PA? This is your father's house, right? Wasn't this your father's house? It's like a child. There's this child connection with this house for you, right? And the Two of Wands underneath it too has to do with energetic choice. I feel like there is something to release within you. It's like your child, your inner child self. Maybe this is why you got the Sun card in your previous reading too for this weekend is how can I, there's some sort of emotional, energetic connection between your inner child self and the home. So doing something, whether it's coloring in a coloring book, doing something with crayons, really connect with your inner child here and do a release of this because there's something that means something to the inner child between that and your father and this home. And it's like it's kind of doing a release of some kind, allowing maybe what I'm seeing is like getting a piece of paper and a crayon if you have crayons, because it needs to come like from the inner child. Allow the inner child to draw the house, draw a memory. Maybe you'd like draw like your dad in like a big, stick figure of dad. Well, you will do better because you're an artist. But I would be doing a stick figure, big one of dad, and having them holding the, a little child, the inner child, and then draw another adult, but that's you, that's your higher self holding your inner child's other hand. Because there's something about release that will help this move along. But there's an emotional release with that. Interesting. Wow. Let's see what else they want here. Yeah. I feel like things will be moving along here. Nine of Cups, dreams come true, Wheel of Fortune, positive energies there. You got the Empress, birthing energy, the Star card, the other dream come true. So another abundance and dream come true combo, pretty much amplifying that same message. What's below the surface here? We have the Page of Cups and the Six of Pentacles. So we do have here, there is this change of energy here. Six of Pentacles does have to do with some old beliefs of what you deserve that were in your earlier childhood, and even seeing the children here with the parent and the Page of Cups showing a young person holding the Ace of Cups. There is some emotional change that can happen here. And so when you look at what we learned in the rate of exchange about what I feel I have to give in order to receive, we learn that when we're 7 years old and younger, usually from parents. They're the usual suspects because that as a child, we're looking to those in authority, those that we look up to going, I want love from you. So I give all this and I get this. I give 1,000 love coins, I get 1 love coin back. 1,000 to 1 is my rate of exchange. I have to do 1,000 things to get 1 back. That sinks down into our subconscious. And in doing so, that runs in our life, that rate of exchange, till we consciously bring it up and we transform it. I probably have shared it before. I do have a video. Let me just share it with everyone here. Because if this resonates, it really impacts all of us. I call it the Six of Pentacles. It was an episode, but the episode is called something different when you actually go to this video. But it talks about the Six of Pentacles in there and gives a tool on how we can transform that energy from feeling like it's 1,000 to 1 and bring it down to 1 to 1. it does have to do with release of emotion from our past. And I feel like that's what's kind of coming in here with this house. Who knew? But it helps move things along. Yeah, because the Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight. It's the patience card, right? The outside world, it's happening. It's just taking its time here. But I feel like it will help. The reason why it's taking time is the Knight of Pentacles is on a quest of our worth, looking at our worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. So I feel like there is some of that out of balance. Like maybe we tried so much to get so much from, if it is your father, um, like let's say from your father, and you felt you had to do so much and you got so little. Now there's this house from your father that's coming into your possession is a lot of pentacles coming to you. Your little inner child is, I don't deserve that yet, right? But when we change it and you get to grab your inner child's hand through that little picture that you draw, you're saying to them, you do deserve this. That 1 to 1,000 isn't correct. It's 1 to 1. And when you reinforce that with your inner child goes, what? You mean I've been keeping track of all these 1,000 love coins and 1,000 success coins all my life? I don't need to do this anymore. They're like, no, they break the chalk, they break the blackboard, they throw it all away. The forest field that's been keeping things away because of that rate of exchange drops and allows it to come in faster. So interesting. Who knew? Who knew? You probably did. But let's take a look here and see what your fortune cookie says around this too. Alrighty, what else? Okay, this one here. You've got 222 alignment. Let's see what this says. Connections, friendships, relationships, family ties, balance, life choices. How do you move forward towards your life's true calling? Do what makes you happy. Your enthusiasm is what keeps you going. Follow your interest if it's piqued by something. Following these routes will help you discover your life's purpose. I love that because this will help you even live your life's purpose even more. So I like that. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And we'll circle back around for your other one here in a moment. All right. So Michelle Smith, you are up next here. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. So Michelle, let's see. You are around 11:20. Let me scroll up here. And there it is. Peace. So you were blessed to find your dream home last November. Wow, you're so grateful. I love it. Your question is, how long will you live here because you love your home? Uh-oh. Well, the more we're grateful for it, gratitude. I love that you're so grateful because that helps us hold on to things. When we're grateful for it, we get more of it. When I fear losing something, I repel it out of my life, right? So it's like, yeah, I love what you're doing here. Let's take a look here. And thank you for your donation via the CashApp. I appreciate that. So let's see here. All right. So how long will you be at this home here? I feel like they want this one actually be first. That's the underlying energy that was there. And these, okay. Yeah. So let's look at the combo. Yeah, I love it. 3 of Cups is joy, and celebration. And then underneath that, 3 of Cups was the original card on the bottom of the deck, but they wanted that to be the first card. And then the 10 of Swords is letting go of expectations, letting go of the fears, right? Because expectations is actually lack energy, right? We start focusing on what's not happening instead of the gratitude for what is. So this good reinforcement of continue to do what you have been doing, which is focusing on um, the joy of it, the thankfulness for having found it and living in it. It just helps expand that. So continue to do that, even do it more often. Do a weekly little celebration party for yourself, right? Let's see what else. Yeah. Change the energy from the fear of the tower. The tower card, of course, is something being removed out of our life, suddenly. And the 5 of Wands is the change of energy from something that feels like fear to something that is celebration. And so this energy is being reinforced. If I didn't look at the bottom of the deck, they're reinforcing it here, going, yeah, you don't have to worry because whatever is meant for you never passes you by. And, when we focus our energy on gratitude, that is what brings in more of it. If this would say that if for some reason this house burnt down, we're not giving energy around it. They're just saying, if it burnt down, if this tower burnt down, then um, what would replace it would be even more amazing. Like if you think you love this house, if you ever leave it, it would be going to something even more like, holy moly, even more amazing. So you can trust that energy. You also have, of all things, the 4 of Pentacles, the home card, the 4 walls. The energy underneath that, yep, Ace of Wands. The passion, the energy, the focus of your energy. It's so important, we create the world around us by where we focus our energy. So again, they're just reinforcing here. Regarding your home, whatever you focus on is what grows um, in regards to home. So again, daily gratitude, even, as you're going through your home and you're like, refrigerator, I love you. As you're going through a door, going, I love you, door. You know, that energy, it grows. The appreciation you have for your home, then it doesn't become a haunted house, right? Where it says, get out, like those horror movies, right? So I love that. All right. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, we've got the judgment card, the karma card, they call it here, which is about seeing things from a higher perspective regarding this. And the hermit, yeah, this is your cave. This is your home. This is your sanctuary. Oh, I love that. Just honor and even what does it do? Commit your home to spirit, going, spirit, this is a sanctuary. It's a place of peace, a place of love. Whatever you want to do with it, whether it's lighting candles or flowers, whatever you want to do to, in a way of a ritual, even a weekly type of thing or daily if you want, of where you're saying, this is my sanctuary and I'm so grateful. I feel like it's a very long time. I mean, this could be your um, final resting place, even if you want it to be. So I love that for you. So some great things there. Let's see what else we have here for you. Got an angel number card, 1818, your willpower. Look at that. Your power, your power. So achievement, success, striving forward, prosperity, go-getters, courage, and luck. It says, wow, significant events are on the cards for you. You will progress in your endeavors and gain new experiences. The right people and resources will be put on your path. An excellent proposal or change is coming up. You're destined for greatness. So I like that. trusting that the path is always going to take you upgrades. So if you ever leave your home, it would be to move into something like you're even more like blown away by. So I love that for you, Michelle. Right, so that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So we've got that one here. All right. All right. Sorry, just seeing where I'm at on everything here. All right, let me scooch up here a little bit. There we are. All right, so up next we have Aries Rising. So Aries Rising, thank you for your sticker. And yours, the unboxing sticker. All right, and for your donation. Let's put your timestamp down here. So you would like a read on MA's living situation for July, August, September, and will she be made to sell the house? Please be nosy. Cha cha cha. I like your little dancing sticker there. You're so funny. All right, let's take a look here. Aries, let me take a sip here. My legs are falling asleep. Come on. Been sitting for a couple hours. All right. So let's take a look here. July, August. Thank you. These are September. And then will she be made to sell the house? Okay, cut those. That will be the nosiness. That'll be the nosiness with that. Okay. The extra nose extended here. Like Pinocchio, we just grew more underlying energy. All right. Let us take a look here. It is a countdown. The energy underneath is 3, 2, 1. Something is a coming. Not like Jaws. All right. So bottom of the deck, we do have the Ace of Pentacles. So the overall energy for them, is about a new opportunity opening up in the outside world. So, when we're looking at their living situation, we know that with this Ace of Pentacles, it's a gift from Spirit of a new opportunity in the physical world that opens up. And I know that we hate having to sell or move and all this, but I do feel like they're setting us into that energy of going, just realize, especially with this countdown 3, 2, 1 underneath, that it is to move forward into something that's more in alignment, something that's more stress free, something that's more safe, even word coming in. So we'll see here. July's living situation. Yeah. So there is some information that comes in. The Tower card is that trusting that whatever is blasted out of our life is to make space for something that's more in alignment for ourselves, to clear our pathway to move forward, and a Six of Wands victory card. So there's that energy, exactly as I said, realizing it here. So I feel like July is a big month of suddenness, of removal of something out of their life, something that is making them move forward again to this Ace of Pentacles. Let's see what August brings in here. We got the Hanged Man, transformational energy, seeing things from a different perspective. Six of Cups energy, child or childhood connection. Queen of Swords, balance between head and heart. So I feel like July feels like information coming in, like, oh my gosh, and going like, you know what? This is for me. August feels like there's a balance and a seeing things differently, gaining some clarity, but I just feel like there's this balance that comes in. Like, all right, I know what I need to do. Now it's just about doing it. and the transformation begins. And then we have September. Yeah. The full card, beginning of a new adventure, and the Knight of Wands, the fast movement and the pursuit of their power. So September feels like the time when the big new beginning happens, that comes in here. Will they be required to sell their home? Probably a yes. Let's see, Knight of Swords, Knight of Pentacles. Yeah. and here comes this, two knights action energy that comes in here. It's been a journey, and it's been coming. With this Knight of Pentacles, it's the journey that usually that's the slowest night, and it's the outside world because the things in the outside world take forever. But the Knight of Swords is one of the faster moving. The Knight of Wands in September is the fastest. It's the horse on fire, right? So three knights kind of following each other here. I do feel like they do sell it, and that's what happens in September with this full card is the ending of, the world card is the last card of the major arcana, which is an ending of a cycle, a celebration, an ending, reaching a point, and the full card is the beginning of a new adventure, a new cycle. And that's why I feel like with the full card coming in September, that's when the closing would happen, where they're moving, they're getting out, they're starting this new adventure kind of energy. Let me see. Are you here? Aries rising. Hey. We'll take a look here. Let's see what this 321 is here. I feel like they sell the home though, so they won't be able to continue to stay in the home. Let's take a look. We got 321. Let's see what this progression of this countdown is that's coming in here, right? Got the Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, doing what's best for them. The Ten of Swords, letting go of the expectations of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the people pleasing. Again, this, you know what? I've got to do what's right for me. And, sorry. Sorry, not sorry, right? And the Nine of Wands is grabbing the hold of the Ace of Wands, stepping through the barrier that's been holding them back. And again, this 9 energy of September is really coming in here. So I feel like that's the beginning of this, is realizing, I'm stressed out, trying to make everything work for everyone else. But it's time that I got to choose what's right for me. And this is letting this go, selling the house, kind of energy. If that makes sense. We got the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah. Again, the tuna for me. This is for me. I see it now. This change of mindset, the Three of Cups, choosing my joy and what's best for me. Again, they're just, I feel like the excitement grows about just getting out from underneath the stress. They're reminding me, if you ever heard of Byron Katie, I watched one of her videos once where someone was doing this judge your neighbor worksheet on losing their home and this big fear they had about losing their home. And one of the things that this worksheet does is it allows you to switch things around. Like, I feel like losing my home will make me feel devastated. And then the turnaround is losing my home will not make me feel devastated. And they asked, whenever we have that, it's like, think of 3 reasons why that this losing my home would not be devastating. And they were like thinking, and she goes, I have one if you're interested. I'm like, what? She goes, can you imagine sitting outside a home and going like, I no longer have to worry about this huge house payment that was so much bigger than I could afford, and that was stressing me out. Feel that release. And they're like, wow, yeah, yeah, And so there is that kind of energy that can be here. That's what I'm seeing here. And the Eight of Pentacles, yeah. The blood, the sweat, the tears. There is this transformational energy with the Eight of Pentacles about a change of, someone going from a caterpillar to a butterfly. And when we reach a point of being a butterfly and the situation or other people involved did not change into butterflies, they can't go where we need to go. And so we leave the caterpillar behind and they head off, in that direction, right? They head off in to go somewhere where the other person or the situation can't go. And so that's where we have to be willing to say, we never see a butterfly carrying a caterpillar, even their cocoon. They leave their home behind. Wow. They leave their home behind, and they also leave, anything that can't go where they're going come in as well, right? So I feel like that is, a big piece of all this. I feel the news that comes in, this sudden news, it's financial, because I feel like they're like, I can't pay this anymore. Maybe interest rates change, or there's something financial that comes in where it's like, I can't do it all. Like something happens that demands more finances, where it's like, it's been building and building over time, and now they're just like, I can't do it all. And what makes sense is to let the house go and to sell the house. Then with the money, the equity that I get, then I can pay off this and pay off this, and I can be in a better position. Kind of, it just feels like that type of financial information that comes in. But it's a shock. It's something that goes, oh, okay, well, I thought I was going to be able to work all this out, and I've been juggling everything, trying to make everything work, and it can't work anymore. So we got to make this change. So hopefully that helps. Energy, yeah, the lucky shirt, reflection 0330. Love, peace, hope, and optimism, transferring responsibility to others, progress and creativity. Says pursue your goals and get what you want. It will provide wonderful benefits for you and the people you hold dear. Your ability to communicate is improving at this time, which will make it easier for you to interact with a broad spectrum of individuals. So, very, very different energy. I don't feel like that person moves with them, no, because it feels like they're making choices for them, what they need to do. So I do feel like they're going off on their own path. So I didn't feel that energy of them like jointly going somewhere. This felt like an individual choosing what I need for me now, and I need to go do what I need to do in life, kind of energy. So interesting, right? Right, so that's what they have for that one for you, Aries rising. So many blessings to you. All right. So we did those. Okay. All right, and then Sean G. Let me grab your timestamp here. We're circling back around for you. Thank you for your additional donation via the CashApp. And you said you'd put it in the chat. So let me find it here. See, your timestamp came in around here. There it is. Question too long for description. Yeah, I know it's not a huge long one, right? So you went to see a friend yesterday. A friend. What are his thoughts and feelings about you? Be nosy. Okay. Let's take a look here and see what we have here. Thank you for your extra donation here. All right. So what are his thoughts and feelings about you based on current energies? Okay. This must be the nosiness right here. All right. It's funny. I like this Page of Wands. It looks like they're going, "Hey." But of course, pages are deliverers of messages. But Page of Wands, there is this physical and energetic attraction under the surface here. So there is that energy. There's a lot of emotion there with the 10 of Cups below the surface, too. So it's not all just, physical attraction. There's emotion there, too. We'll, of course, dive in and see what more is coming in here as well. My reputation precedes me. You're funny, Aries rising. We only can dive in what spirit wants us to know anyway, right? I've only had a couple times in my life where spirit was like, if I tell you, you can't tell them. And I'm like, okay. And after that, I was like, don't tell me anything that I can't tell someone else, because it's hard, you know, knowing something that someone wants to know and not being able to tell them. It's like holding on a gift that you want to surprise someone with. I just give it to them. All right, let's see what else we have for you, Sean, here. What are their feelings and thoughts? Well, we have the Star card, Aquarian energy. I don't know if they're an Aquarius or if they have Aquarius in their chart. And the High Priestess, yeah, a lot of hidden emotion. With the Star card and the High Priestess coming out, this very much is, I'm Aquarius Sun, I get this energy. I know a lot of Aquarius Sun people. I have a ton of water in my chart, which balances it out more later in my life. But growing up, I do have an ability as a water bearer, which Aquarians are, to contain emotion. We feel emotion. We just put it in Tupperware containers, burp it, and we have a nice little refrigeration unit within our heart that we keep all our emotions fresh. If anyone should ever want them, we can give them. And that's why sometimes Aquarians can be seen as not being very emotional individuals, because we are able to contain. We're not water, we're air elements, but water bearers. That's one of the, such Aquarian thing is like, why are you a water bearer when you're an air sign? Exactly. But they're able to contain it. And that's why the High Priestess is, she has like access to all this emotional energy that's below the surface, right? A lot of that there. So there is it there, but I feel like you're like, I don't see it. Even though your empathic ability allows you to, well, like a High Priestess, to go, I feel like there's a lot of emotion. Why doesn't it like express itself? Because it's in a Tupperware container deep within their heart. Let's see what else. What do they think of you here? Well, Nine of Cups, dream come true. So there is that energy of like, wow, they think very highly of you. They're like, wow, you know, um, I like that. And the Queen of Pentacles, yeah. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, Harvest, Abundance, um, sensual, right? So they definitely see you as this divine feminine energy. A lot of attraction, a lot of emotion here, but a lot below the surface, right? So let's get into the nosiness here of these other cards, right? It's funny. I should have like one of those Pinocchio noses. Put it on when we're getting nosy. Ace of Swords. There is this clarity that's here. Let's see what this is about. Yep, the Death card. An ending and beginning. Transformational energy. And the Two of Wands. Yeah. So they really are in this place. And we've been getting this a lot with, friendships, when we start having like more emotions with someone than just friendship. And it progresses, especially between, if you're heterosexual, when you have an opposite sex, things can grow and grow and grow. And I feel like one of the best relationships that we can have in our life, like romantic relationships, starts off as friends and it grows into best friends sleeping over. But there's a fear behind all that, though, too, of if I really like someone and I enjoy having them in my life, why screw it up by getting in a romantic relationship together? I used to tell friends that started to have crushes on me that it wasn't the same way back. There was a little bit, but I'm like, I would rather have you in my life forever as my friend and best friend than as a boyfriend or girlfriend for 1 to 3 years. That's my max of relationships. 1 to 3 years is what they were. I'm like, so what would you? They're like, yeah, I'd rather have you as a friend too. All right, all right, all right. I still love you, you know. But that's the fear that's in there, I feel. Let's see what else is underneath here. Yep, Six of Pentacles, this giving and receiving energy, and the Knight of Cups. This they want to move on this emotion, because they just really feel like with this giving and receiving energy, that you guys would be a good fit. But they're like, am I willing to lose the friendship? Am I willing to lose the friendship? That's what's holding them back right now. But I don't feel like it's gonna hold on for very long, even with the full card on the bottom, which is the beginning of a new adventure, free of expectations, and see where things go. So I feel like that's there, bubbling, 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 bubbling. So if you've been picking that up with your huge empathic abilities, you're like, there it is. Maybe go in with your empathic ability and go into their heart and look for a giant refrigerator and open it up and go, there's the emotions. I see them now. I knew I heard them, and here they are. Pop them in the microwave, heat up those emotions. That's funny. Maybe make sure it's a microwave safe container. All right, let's see what else they have here for you. Yep, hold your vision, mirroring 1551. And it says, focus on the good and maintain your concentration on the outcomes you desire. It's time to put your faith and time into your ideas and pursue your goals with all your might. You have such a beautiful, courageous, and brave spirit. That is like, what do we do in situations like that? Well, I just start focusing in on the gratitude I have for who they are, what we already have. If I focus on wanting more, wanting and needing, lack energy pushes it further away. Instead, I just focus on what I really enjoy about with someone, the time that we have had together, who we are in each other's life, what I love and appreciate and am grateful for. Express that gratitude. Then it grows. Even to that person, that grows. If I focus on expectations and want and need, that's what, takes it in the other direction, right? Right. So that's what they have for that for you, Sean. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations today. Appreciate those. All right. And then CJ, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right, CJ. So thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like here since it lets me. And hi. Sorry, I didn't say hi. I probably have totally missed YouTube channel members coming in. I see Livier on the screen. Hey, Livier. And I think I saw Jojo. Hey, Jojo. Sorry for any other YouTube channel members that I've missed. So you would like a general reading for next week? Let's take a look here, CJ, and see what's coming in here. All right, CJ, let's get into your energy here for next week. Okay. All right, let's see what this is about here. Bottom of the deck, energy for the overall reading is the Six of Pentacles, which is about a giving and receiving type of energy that comes in here. And, I like that. There is this It's a balancing energy. And you have 4 cards and then 1 card and then 4 cards and 1 card. So it does feel like there's this teetering of the scales, but by the end of the week, they do balance out. It's like when we start off balanced and something's put over here, 4 on here and 1 on here, and then 4 is put on here, and then 1's put on here, which bounces out. So it starts off like 0, 0. Let's just do it for math purposes. 0, 0, and then it goes 4 and 1, and then 5 and 4, and then 5 and 5. So it eventually works its way out throughout the week. Let's look at the first thing that comes in that kind of takes things off in a different direction. Well, it's a good balance thing. We've got the Sun card, which is one of the most abundant cards. You also have the King of Pentacles. So you start off the week feeling this fullness that comes in. And the Three of Pentacles, the Nine of Wands. Three of Pentacles is about creativity and being true to your authentic self. And the Nine of Wands is breaking through a barrier that was there. So it feels like something that you've been waiting for to kind of bring some sort of change or fruition. You bust through it at the beginning of the week, and that takes things in like a wow kind of celebration. Like, I'm grateful for this, right? The Knight of Swords is on the other side of the scale. So where it's 4 and then 1, the Knight of Swords is about new communication, clarity comes in, some mindset changes come in around this. And what I feel kind of balances out is that all this stuff that whatever this reward or abundance comes in for the things that you thought were, oh, this is going to make me feel like woohoo. You feel woo instead of woohoo, but it makes you think of like, where's the who? I'm sorry, my spirit guides and yours can be funny sometimes, right? I have the woo, but where's the who? And it makes you realize, it gets you thinking and clarifying, oh, this is something that I was thinking that the outside world, an old mindset, but it turns you inward, and I like this. And then what balances out the scale with all this is, we have the Three of Wands with this new thinking and awareness, you want to change directions. So it's like this big, yeah, this is great, but then you're like, and things balance out because it's a temporary feeling of wholeness and completeness based on an old mindset of something that you felt you were supposed to and should and need to and have to. But then you balance it with your heart and you want to go a different direction with new information. Like, well, I was going to plan on going more and more and more into that, but it didn't bring me this fruit that I got was good, but not what I thought. I'm not going to, it's like ordering a sample of something that you think is going to be, oh, so good. And then I'll order a crate of it. You taste it and go, I'm going to keep looking. And this is what happens with this Three of Wands. The Knight of Wands, you head off on a new quest, and the Knight of Pentacles, it's a slow quest because you have the Seven of Pentacles too, two of the slow cards of the outside world. And so you get this yay, and you're like, well, it's like getting a package and you're like, oh, this is good. And then you try on whatever you got, and you're like, well, if it fit really well, I was going to order 10 of them, but this is okay. But now I'm going to continue to look. And so then it balances out. The journey continues now. And the Two of Wands, we got this good power planning and making some plans for the future. And the joy and the curiosity of looking for where is it that I want to head now? What is it that I want to do? Now, that search continues, which the quests are what we come here for. So I like that for you. So hopefully that makes sense, CJ. And we will get you a fortune cookie here. Let me just put these here. Okay. So what else here? You've got I am loved. Says, I know that incredible things happen when I surround myself with supportive people. So beautiful card. Right. So that's what they have for you, CJ. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then Alice, you are up. Let's grab your donation and I'll give everyone an update here in a moment on where we're at on donations and readings. So here is your timestamp and your sticker. So funny. Thank you for your donation. All right. So RG's thoughts and feelings and intentions. Why is he so flaky? What is the outcome of our connection? All right. Too funny. You know, human characters, we're all fickle because we have this little inner child within us, right? And our little fickle inner child, and it's not our inner child isn't fickle. We're just unstable as human beings. When people go, "Can I trust someone?" I go, "You can't trust human beings." You're like, "What?" I go, "We're designed. We're like a cat. We have a little crazy button inside of us. You know how you can be like petting a cat and you think they're purring and they're loving this, and then you accidentally move and you touch a different part of them and they're all and then they head off, right? Well, that's how humans are. Whenever this little inner child feels unsafe or out of control, the alarms go off. We go into fight or flight survival mode. The intelligent, loving, compassionate side of us booted out of the control room, leaving a 2-year-old and its pet hissing cat in charge. And then we act catty or flaky. We're inconsistent. We act like a little 2-year-old. And we're like, what? What has happened? If you don't play my way, I'm taking my ball and going home. What just happened? Where was the adult I was just talking with? Inner child booted them out, and now they took over, right? So it's good to know that, when we're dealing with humans, that be prepared any moment. If they react, our inner child can feel unsafe and out of control, and we could do stupid, unloving, uncaring things too. Look at our lives. We're like, yeah, we know. All right, but let's see what RJ's thoughts and feelings are here for you, Alice. First, what's going on inside that little factory of smoke? And then why are they being unstable? Is what we'll call it, right? Flaky, unstable. Okay. And then what's the outcome based on current energies, current choices? What's the outcome leading to? For you guys, no, they just want that one in these. Okay, and that one. That was loud, so sorry. All right, let's scooch. Scooch, scooch, scooch. The bottom of the deck is the Three of Pentacles energy. I don't get this one a lot with this card, but this is coming in strong for them. Three of Pentacles normally has someone creating something and then two people behind them. One of them, Spirit, shows me in this particular situation is a naysayer. Someone who, no matter what they would do, would find something wrong with who they were and what they were doing. Why you doing it that way? Why don't you do it this way? You did it wrong. Why are you failing? Blah, blah, blah. You're a disappointment. Blah, blah, blah. Then they have the other one is a supporter, someone who's like, I'm so proud of you. I'm so grateful for what you're doing. And look how amazing you are. They might say, have you ever thought of doing it this way, though? They're not doing it to try to make them feel bad, but that person, um, you know, we love support, we love positive reinforcement. We will tend to let this person kind of sway us from being our true authentic self because we're afraid to lose the praise and support. We don't want them to go over here, join the naysayer, who were like, you can wait outside, but it's that other person. So I feel like they have a lot of this fear that goes on about pleasing people and losing people's support. And they're a big people pleasing, not out of fear of punishment, but out of a fear of rejection, is a lot of what's below the surface here for them. Knowing all that, let's look at their thoughts here. They got the Six of Wands and the Six of Pentacles. This they do have this victory, but they also have this codependent energy here of an overgiver energy where they feel like they have to give so much and deserve so little. That goes back to that Three of Pentacles energy that they like, I'll do all of this to get a little bit of praise and attention. And they think they're doing well with all of this, but they do want the reward with that Six of Wands. I don't feel like they feel like they're doing so well with it, because the Six of Wands with the victory is more like I want the praise, I want the reward, I want to be celebrated, because they feel they have to do so much to get it, that's their goal. That's a lot of their drive that's coming in here. And so their thoughts towards you is because you're a giver as well. You're not you're not an enabler in codependent relationships. If anything, you're a giver. You're the other side of, right? If you're like me, I'm a recovering overgiver in codependent relationships because I felt I had to give so much and I deserved so little in the beginning, that I would take another giver and I would turn them into an enabler because I was so powerful as an overgiver, not proud of it. There's not a blue ribbon for that. I would convert them into that. But what happens in these type of relationships, when two adults come in and it becomes codependent, or there's codependent tendencies, it turns into a child, I'm sorry, like child parent relationship, where the parent gives, and it's like the mama bird, daddy bird want to give to the baby bird, but the baby bird wants to give back, and they're like, no, 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 no. I give to you, you don't give to me, because we need to give so much before we feel like we deserve to receive anything, right? But what happens is we'll give and give and give until we're exhausted. And then we continue to give and give and give until we're resentful, right? And then the other person, they want to give and we won't accept their giving. So what happens? They will give to somewhere else or someone else. Workaholic, working out all the time, a hobby with their friends, or affairs. So this is the type of energy that's there, where I feel like a lot of their thoughts are around, I can't keep up in giving with you, and that means I'm a failure kind of energy. Interesting, right? Their feelings, they have the Queen of Wands. There is a great amount of energetic and physical attraction. And the shadow side, there's a lot of Capricorn, Saturn, shadow energy here. And this makes sense that they protect their heart. What's this energy underneath? Yeah. There is energy underneath of because they fear being hurt and rejected like they were when they were younger. They have this protection of their mind that keeps them from expressing themselves emotionally, and they do it through passion. They do it through action and motion instead of emotion. It's through motion, and that does cause problems with them here when they want to be a giver, but they feel like they're giving physical and like possessions and physical intimacy and physical motion things, but that's where the emotion's lacking, right? And I feel like if they start to give it and then it goes back, it's like, why are you being Why are you being a rubber band? You're here and then you're gone. And then you're here and then you're gone. It's like one of those little paddles with the ball. Boom, 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 boom. And you're like, what's going on here? The Two of Wands is that energy of going back and forth, which, that's what they're going in back and forth between their inner child freaking out and withdrawing. And then the turtle comes out of its shell until it gets scared and then it pulls back in, right? And that's what we can see as fickleness or flakiness or instability is because of what's going on in there, right? And that's why. Why is he being so flaky? Yep, the Nine of Pentacles, this feeling of safety when they're alone, and that's when they withdraw, they feel safe. The Eight of Cups, and the Five of Swords, yeah. The battle between the head and the heart. And the Eight of Cups is the need to evaluate and let go of emotions that don't serve him anymore and to move forward, emotionally. But that's all the stuff we've talked about is why that instability. So the future of your connection based on current energies, the slow roll continues to move as it is, but a slow and painful death, or slow and painful harvest. But things do go slow to give us time and them time to raise our own love vibration. So whenever I get a patience card, a slow card, it is a reminder that whatever is going on is for me. What I see someone going through is a reflection for me to go, how am I going through that? Because everyone's a mirror, right? What did I want to see? What gift is in this situation that I'm wanting it to show me something so that I can see that, right? So I like that. We don't like it in the beginning. I didn't like it in the beginning, but I am more patient with it now because I realize that it always is happening for me. And if something is like going slow, I'm like, what? Oh, that's right. Let me look in here. Because the more, lower vibration is what slows things down. Higher vibration speeds things up. So the sooner I turn to focusing on raising my vibration in the situation, the faster things move forward in it as well. You've got the karma card, the judgment card, seeing things from a higher perspective. So again, the Seven of Pentacles is giving us time. If things were going fast, we wouldn't have the time to get irritated and to understand, to try to see things about someone else from a different perspective, but to see things about ourselves from a different perspective. My triggers that are popping up because of someone's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, are for me to look at. Those are my triggers. People don't trigger me. I am triggered by my triggers because of something I've seen, smelled, tasted, heard, or touched, right? It's like, oh, okay. Or not touched or not seen, right? The Page of Swords. There is a lot of clarity that's coming in here, the outcome for you guys. Leading to the Eight of Swords, which the Eight of Swords is about becoming aware of our own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve us anymore, to release us from those that long-held small t truths that have made us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. So I feel like based on current energy, it's just going to kind of draw out the way it is until I look at those. And then there can be change. Once we start to do that, then we can look at energy and see what unfolds for it. But, something that's good to know, it's like, well, I don't want to deal with that. I'm just going to go on to the next one. Trust me, having been in relationships with the same person in 5 different bodies, the lesson is repeated until it is learned. The masters will appear, the teachers will appear until I've seen what I've wanted them to show me. Once I see that, then I don't need those teachers anymore. And the last teacher can transform into something else if we want it to. But it's like, yep, I'm going to not try to get away from a situation I'm in, but let me face the situation and question, what is the gift in this for me? What is it that I wanted to see about myself so that I can see it and I can move beyond this? and grow through it. So hopefully that makes sense, Alice. That's what they have for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Yep, change 555. Wonderful numbers. Encouragement, support, obstacle, battle, restructuring. Some of the words that are sticking out. It says you are going to level up. It might not feel good initially, but it will prepare you to handle the greater things in life for your highest good, right? That is the why you've been looking for. Push through it. There's a reward waiting at the finish line. So it's worth it going through it, is basically what they're saying here, right, Alice? Um, and, that's what they're having us look at here. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. I know. All right. So that's what they have for you. All right, everybody. So let me give you an update on where we're at on donations. So everyone kind of knows. And then I'm going to run to the little boys' room here. It's been 3 hours and I need to grab another little quick cup of coffee and use the big boys' room. And then I'll be back. I'll stay live here. It'll just be a quick minute here. So we've got Sudeshna. You are coming up for 2 more. Let me check timestamps here. Yep, and then Maria P via ZPayPal. And then, and then back to Sudeshna. And then we have Johanna. Okay. All right. And then Sudeshna times 3. Oh my goodness. Thank you for all your multiple donations today. A lot on your mind hearing from Stuart. I love it. I love it. All right. So that is where we'll be. Let me just also, while we're pausing here for a sec, let me just make sure I'm grabbing screenshots, because at some point YouTube sometimes will start to delete the chat. I know. So I don't want to lose anything. So let me take some more screenshots here. And then we'll take a quick break and we will return. And thank you guys for your patience. After each stream, I do post a pinned comment listing the readings, every reading I completed, with timestamps. So after the stream, you can check back and, like, if you're going to go live your life and you don't have to hang around for all your reading to be here, you can come back at your convenience and check that out. Whatever I don't finish, let's see, what's it, 2? So I got about 3 hours left. Sometimes I'm on for about 6 hours, but 5 o'clock is my cutoff time where I do need to go eat and rest and prepare for my 6 p.m. session, which is a couple hours. And then whatever I don't finish in this session by that time and my evening session, I do come back on after my the time I spend with my YouTube channel members, my Praying Mantis members, and I finish out everything. So sometimes there is, and usually a third stream, which I do as well. But I always put a pinned comment with all the timestamps so everyone knows. All right, so I think I've got all those print screens. So give me a couple of minutes here. I'm going to go throw the little coffee thing to create the coffee, run to the restroom, be back. So thank you guys again. Love you. Adjust my pillow too, since I'm falling off. All right, I am back. So thank you guys so much. Just my shirt here. All right, there we go. All righty. So thank you guys for your patience. I need to stretch my legs too, get the blood circulating, get in my butt, so that I'm not turning numb, right? All right. So let us get in here. So thank you guys again. So good to have you here. All right. So hey Shanji and Happy Pill. Shout out to my YouTube channel members. And I said Johanna earlier. We got Melissa as well. CJ, who did your reading? Welcome. Olivier Vagara. Hello, Michelle. Thank you guys so much. I'm so grateful for all the love and all the support and amazing grace as well. So thank you guys so much. And thank you all of you for all the thumbs up and all your subscribing to the channel. It does help spread the Zen love. So I'm so grateful. We will get to all the free readings sometime today. Just a matter of time, right? All right. So let us jump up here. So Sudeshna, we are back for a third timestamp. You're so generous. Thank you so much for all of your donations here. And let me move that here. Okay. So let's give this one a love and a like, and let's see what's going on here. Will he ever express his emotions and try to share with you his feelings? And what are his next actions towards you or this connection? Okay. So we'll take a look here. So will he ever express his emotions and try to share his feelings with you? Okay, got those. And what are his next actions towards you or this connection? Okay, got those. I feel like we want that one and that one. Do I want this one? Yeah, I do want that one. Okay. Looks like a big part of his energy right now is the Eight of Pentacles. Is he going back to school to get his master's or something? Or did he already? Or is he going back to his doctorate? It feels like he's either invested a lot in working, but with this Ace of Swords and this Eight of Pentacles, I don't know why it feels like he's very, very busy about trying to create something in life, trying to move from the apprentice to the master. So there's a lot of his energy is involved in that. Just, I feel like they want you to know that, maybe because of distractions or, maybe that kind of energy. But let's see here. Will he ever express his emotions or try to share his feelings with you? Let's take a look here. We got the Six of Swords and the King of Wands. There is a possibility of them expressing it, but and this makes sense with everything that's going on. The King of Wands is like someone who is torn between what everyone is asking them to do, and then they clear the throne room, right? And then they're like, okay, what do I want? And the Six of Swords is about leaving old ways of thinking behind to move forward into something. And that's why I feel once they decide they're sick and tired of trying to live up to all these expectations and all this stuff of the outside world. What is it that I want to do? Then I feel is like that there would be a movement of communication with the Six of Swords and they would share things. But I feel like they're still in this because of the world of possibilities. They still got so much going on that there's a lot of decisions that haven't been made yet to where they can say yes or no. They're like, well, if he decides this, yes. If he decides this, no. And so I feel like there's some figuring the things out in their life that they're going through that they have to do this, right? What are his next actions towards you or this connection? Next actions towards you. We have the Queen of Pentacles, which is a very nurturing energy, a gifting energy, abundance energy. 10 of Pentacles, again, another abundance and life energy, and the Page of Wands, which is about, action and movement towards you. So I do feel like the next actions are very about the external world, like, let's get together, let's go do something, um it just feels abundant on the outside world. So I don't know if there's a gift or some sort of event. Well, I know you're going to a birthday party, right? But I feel like there's something like uh, a giving of something in the outside world that comes in here. So I do feel like there's action toward them giving you something. Let's see what else we have here. The Page of Swords. So there is this Page of Wands, Page of Swords, Page of Cups. Wow. So all these pages. Pages, what that means. Like, well, what does that mean, bruddaZEN? It's the movement of, it's 10, like you can start at the A, so you go up to the 10. Then you have the page is like the number 11, and the knight is number 12, and queen 13, king 14, right? So this is a movement up in communication and emotion and actions. So I do feel like what's coming in the future here um, is more this, and I and it doesn't mean that it's movement toward like relationship and passion. It just feels like they're communicating more, sharing more of their heart, um, and more of their outside world, and more actions. And I feel like possibly like this birthday party, whether you tell them about how you feel or not, going and giving them these things, it really makes them realize, you know what? I've been so busy and so out of things. I want to make it a point because I feel like you guys really have a good time at this party, at this event, their birthday, and they're like, you know, I really missed you. I realized I got so caught up in all this that I enjoy hanging out. So I want to make it a point that we hang out together. And I feel like that is kind of the energy that they're looking at. But it's not expressing their emotions and their feelings um, yet, with all of that. Again, with that previous readings we had, they still fear, wow, I miss being able to hang out, and so I want to continue to do that. I'm going to put extra effort into it, is what I feel like with that Page of Wands. And but they still, that kind of almost reinforces, I enjoy having you in my life because you really bring a peace around me when I feel like I'm in chaos. And I miss that. And they would hate to lose that. And so they're kind of like, well, I don't want to overshare, right? So that's that whole like, you don't want to overshare, they don't want to overshare thing. Yeah, we got the big break coming up here in 1515. Innovation, focus, creation, progress, forward movement. There we go. An opportunity, help, extra cash, or other support is coming your way. So an opportunity is coming your way. So keep going and have fun when performing your tasks. The most tremendous success comes from passion. All efforts will be rewarded big time. So instead of going with expectations of this party and what this, just go and have fun, have gratitude for what you're experiencing, who you are being in the moment, who they're being in the moment, who everyone else around you is being in the moment. Try not to go to this thing with a plan, with expectations, because that sucks the life out of things, right? Go to this with gratitude. Like maybe this mindset, I'm going to express my gratitude and my care for them. And I'm going to do that. I'm here. I'm so glad you were born. Here's some gifts. You mean a lot to me. That's all you have to say. You don't have to go, and I secretly have a crush on you. And I hope it's like that balance in between that Spirit was talking about, right? See what happens. Who knows? All right. So that hopefully gives you a little more perspective in that. And then for your other additional one, let's give that a love and a like here. And here it is right here. You want to know, how are you destined to find your future spouse and fall in love with them? All right, let's take a look here. Take another sip. Get the coffee while it's hot. It just, feels so good. Blueberry coffee with French vanilla, sugar-free, zero sugar creamer. Yum, right? I know I should be having tea. I know. Coffee. It's my passion. That's my relationship. All right. So let's take a look here now. We've talked before, spirits is bringing back around destiny. You're not destined for a specific spouse, but based on your current energy, where you're headed, we'll look at what is headed, on your path. So, kind of look at like a city map, all these roads, and all the roads aren't straight like this. They're all wandering through the wilderness paths. It's more like a map of a park, a national park with all the, you know, all the paths that go all these different directions. So look at it that way, and they go, if you continue on the path you're on and you don't take an off-road path, you're headed toward this. This is what you're headed toward with how you find your future spouse and how you fall in love with them. You have the Knight of Cups, movement of passion, and the other Three of Pentacles, which is this creativity, being true to your authentic self. I do feel here this is about how you meet them is following your heart and doing something that you love to do, creativity. It's not about, you're not going to find it. Like we said, you find them through friend, right? Through friends. It's about doing something creative with friends. And this, it's not about dating and trying to find someone through dating apps or, being matched up with people and all that. It's like, it's about living your passion and love. What are the things you love to do? Like one of the things that Spirit brings up, because I think someday I love to go. I loved pottery when I was in like grade school or middle school, and we were able to have clay. And I always loved the potter's wheel and seeing people work on the potter's wheel and create vases and create things. And then you let it dry. I think you fire it once in the kiln, and then you paint it how you want it to paint it, and then you fire it again, and then you glaze it and fire it again, and then it's good, and you can drink out of it, and you can use it, um, and so you're going out and you're going to this pottery place because you love to do that, and they supply all the stuff, and you're excited, and you're doing that, and you're working on it, and you have rags on because you're getting covered in clay, and your hair is all up, and you'd even put on a whole lot of makeup or did anything. You're at your roughest because you're there to have fun, and you didn't go there to impress. And but someone goes, "How are you doing that?" And you're like, "What do you mean?" They're like, "How are you making that lip on the vase and whatever like that?" And you're like, "Well, come here, I'll show you. You do, and you do this and da-da." And they're like, "Oh, all right." Like, and you're like, "What are you making?" And they're like, "Well, I want to do this African pottery, blah, blah, blah." And you're like, "Oh, that's interesting." And you guys are having this conversation while you're doing that, hitting it off and spark, right? Um, that's how you meet them based on current energy. Um, so how you're meeting them. Five of Wands. Yep, this is another one of my cards that means friends group. So your group of friends doing something with them. That's that way. Six of Swords, leaving the old ways of thinking behind, um, and looking at things from a higher perspective. That's that whole, I'm not doing things to try to meet anyone. I'm living my life. I'm living my passions. And that's part of our self-love is filling up and overflowing out to the world, doing things we love, right? Yep. And the Three of Wands, doing something different and trying something new that you haven't tried before. So that is that thing. Like for me, it would be going to pottery because I haven't done that in 50 years, 40 years or so. And it would be like, boom, right? So I like that. How you fall in love with them. Queen of Swords, it is balanced between head and heart. It isn't, um, love at first sight, kind of thing. but I feel like this conversation you start up with someone grows into more, and they're like, "Hey, you want to grab a cup of coffee?" And you're like, "Yeah, that'd be great." And um, or you're having a great conversation, and your friends are all leaving and everything, and you're like, "Oh my God, I love our conversation. I don't know if you'd be interested in, continuing our conversation. Can I give you my number? Or, can I have your number?" Um, and um, and then you like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. We gonna grab a coffee, and I'd love to." They actually, or there's this museum, they're having an exhibit on those art pieces. None of my friends want to go. Would you want to go? And you're like, "Oh man, it's that kind of thing where it unfolds in that manner. Yeah, Knight of Swords, pursuit of um, it is fast, but it's not the Knight of Pentacles, slow as molasses, or it's not the Knight of Fire, the Knight of Wands. Knight of Swords is communication, a lot of talking, like a lot of texting and communicating. Like you see each other and then you guys chat a lot, and then you get to see each other in person, but you get to know each other a lot through texting and talking on the phone and communicating first. Yep, Seven of Swords. Again, leaving behind the old ways of thinking, the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that would steal opportunities from you. So the expectations, really trying to keep those out there instead of trying to go, well, what's next? What are their intentions? What's going to happen? That is all trying to control it. And that's all full of expectations, which of course suck things out of the interactions. When I focus on what I'm grateful for in my interactions with this person, then it grows. When I start to go, but what? But they're not doing this. I wonder if they're going to do this. What about this? What about that? What about this? And then that is when we start to drift away, and we start pushing someone away from us instead of drawing them towards us, right? When we move from gratitude to those expectations, that's when barriers start being built, right? Yep. And the Eight of Pentacles, putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, allowing the progression, allowing the steps to just happen and enjoying them in the outside world. So it's not a fast, speedy thing to it, but I like it because you're not trying to get to somewhere. You're enjoying what is. And that's how we lead there. Otherwise, we just start sucking the life out of something and then it ends, right? So that's what they have for that. Let's give you a fortune cookie for this one too. And we'll circle back around for your other one and then your other three. My goodness. We're getting into the grit now, right? So it's up to you, 2112, right? Coming back to all these messages that the journey is up to you, right? Someone watching over you, good fortune, unforeseen forces, and direction. Even if it seems like you're not making any meaningful progress, things are moving in the right direction. If you see this number, 2112, it's a sign that everything will work out in your favor and your dreams will come true soon. I like that energy because, something to consider that they're just wanting to mention too is that, sometimes, and I can uh, resonate with this when I was dating and seeking love, is that I was in love with the idea of being in love. And it wasn't so much that, you know, like when you meet someone and a spark happens and then love unfolds, it's unplanned, right? When you're looking for someone to fill a position in your life, it's you'll do. I think you can fit this position. There's a difference in the energy around it. So that's why I like that they're saying go out and live and love your life, and you'll meet someone while you're out living and loving your life that can become a part of your life, but isn't your life. The other one is like, I'm trying to find someone to fill a position in my life and become my life in a way, right? And so there's a difference between the two. Something to think about and just to ruminate and hang out with, right? All right. So those are those so far. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention down here. It was your father's house. Ooh, interesting. All right. That was for Shanji. Sorry. All right. And then we're down to here. Okay. So up next, we do have Maria P. Let's grab your timestamp. All right. So Maria, thank you so much for your donation via the PayPal. Let's put that down there. Let me bring up your email here from the PayPal. It has your questions on it. All right. So let's take a look here. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to. Wow, that was a mysterious laugh. All right. So let's dive in here. So his feelings and thoughts towards you today. I'll tell you what I was laughing about. All right, all those feelings and thoughts. When you said you notice he's been loving, more loving, and also with his words, that's when I went. I'm like, yeah, he would be after he's trying to make up. He's trying to make up for the lower vibrational emotions that he feels he caused, which he didn't cause, right? Your emotions are your own. He doesn't have any control over those, but he did make it easier for you to choose to cry and to, have those lower vibrational emotional experiences, right? And that's why I'm like, yeah. He's like, here, flowers. That's the way it was in my head. It was like, well, you're being so loving. Yeah. When your cojones are on the chopping block, you do act more loving and everything else to try to make up for what he did. So it's from a caring place, but also from a place of fear in a way. Anyway, so his thoughts behind it. Let's see what comes through in the cards. All right. See, there's that laugh. What's coming for you and Wally this weekend? Why am I becoming goofy all of a sudden? I don't know. All right. And then updates on the dark side. Would he do anything to jeopardize your relationship? All right. So let's look here. All his feelings and thoughts. The 8 of Wands. So we definitely have movement of a lot of passion and energy. We do have the Star card here. There's a little bit of Aquarius containment of emotion energy. The water bearer trying to keep emotions managed. That's coming in with all of this. The Fool card. This feeling of wanting it to be a fresh start and try to let things stay, like, can we just start over? Not start over, but can we just start fresh today without, almost like I want to act as if that other stuff didn't happen so that we can just move forward on a new path, Queen of Cups. There's a lot of emotion below the surface here with the Queen of Cups. Feeling a lot of emotional expansion. Makes sense with Jupiter moving into Cancer and the Cancer, we're in Cancer season, Cancer sun season, and then having a full moon in Sagittarius on Wednesday or Thursday, Wednesday, somewhere in there, where we got a lot of this energy coming in of emotions. All of our emotions are expanded right now because the moon rules over Cancer sign. So we're the moon energy that's happening for this next 30 days or so. Powerful, already expansive emotions. So I'm not surprised. But the King of Swords too. They're trying to manage their thoughts. It does feel here they're trying to balance out. You got the Queen of Cups, which is the extreme of emotion. The King of Swords, which is the master of the mind. You got both extremes. He's very much in his head, very much in his emotions right now, around it all, thinking feeling, trying to figure things out. I feel like just everything, his mind and his heart are energized, not in a bad way. These are things that have sparked a lot with what has unfolded between the two of you guys. And so he's realizing, one, he had the fear of losing you, which made him think a lot of stuff, but also kind of stretched both their mind and their heart to where they're more active, if that makes sense. He's been more loving, and also with his words, his thoughts behind all this. Yeah, trying to maintain this balance between the head and the heart. With the Queen of Swords, we've got the King of Cups, balance between the head and the heart. And the Three of Pentacles, which is this creativity, and it is like the Empress, it's like this birthing and creation of things in the outside world. Now, with these are divine counterparts, the King of Cups and the Queen of Swords. And we've talked about them before, but just for the sake of this moment, Queen of Swords rolls over the mind, has cups behind, so emotion behind the scenes. The King of Cups rolls over emotion, but has swords behind the scenes. So they're both, even though on the surface people might not see it compatible, there is a mental connection, emotional connection that exists within each, which makes them a great fit. And I feel like that's why he's acting this way and trying to be more creative, and because he realizes what a good fit he feels that you guys are, doesn't want to lose you. So, like I were talking about before. Excuse me, I'm burping up coffee. What's coming for you and Wally this weekend? I feel like two things. One, you've got the Two of Wands and the Ten of Cups. If you focus on gratitude, then you do have this opportunity, this joyous interaction between the two of you, full of a lot of emotion. So you do have that if you are choosing, focusing on, as we always talk about, who they are, what they've brought, what you've loved about what you've had together, then you get this great flood of joy and this joyful interaction. All right. I do feel like here there is a sudden change of things here. If you guys make plans, or you're planning on talking or chatting or something comes in which brings in mixed emotions, but it's something sudden, something that comes out of nowhere, and they're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Can we talk in an hour, or can we meet this time or this day instead? This came up, I'm so sorry. And it does trigger emotions, which is important for us, because when external things trigger something within us, that's for us to look at, right? So that we can be released from it, whatever. So just be prepared if you make plans for two things, one of them kind of falls apart and you have to reschedule or whatever, it's okay. It's okay. Updates on the dark side. There is movement of emotion over here with the Knight of Cups. And I feel like what they're wanting you to know with this energy, because it's easy for us to fall into, that's the devil over there. But put yourself in her shoes, right? The the future ex of his mama baby, right? You probably have been in that before with exes of your children, right? we've been in their shoes before in some way, somehow, where we've loved someone, and everyone, this Knight of Cups, everyone is on a quest for self-love. Everyone wants to be loved. Everyone. You want to be loved. Wally wants to be loved. Firestarter, Princess Darkstorm, whatever you could call her. She wants to be loved. Everyone wants to be loved. All your children want to be loved. All their children want to be loved, or their child. Everyone in the world wants to be loved. It's something that we're all have in common. And that's why everyone acts a fool like we do, because out of fear of not being loved, we do stupid stuff. We do unloving, uncaring, because we go into fight or flight mode and we act like a 2-year-old, and 2-year-olds don't do mature, loving, compassionate things. They want all the toys, and they'll hit another kid over the head with a Tonka truck, not knowing what the repercussions of it are going to be, right? So I feel like it's just like the dark side. They're like, just know the dark side is actually, it's all about everyone wants to have love, and they don't necessarily need love from Wally, but just know that they're on their own adventure and journey for love as well. I feel like that's kind of this changing it from being like the dark side to being, it's lower vibrational, it's fear side. Instead of the far side comic, it's the fear side of not being loved and understanding where they're coming from. That the reason why they hiss out and explode with anger and all that is because their inner child is seeking, wanting to be loved so much, right? All right, and then would he do anything to jeopardize your relationship? Well, we have the death card and the world card. Endings and beginnings energy. Every human has the capacity to do something to jeopardize our relationships, right? And kind of piggybacking onto the dark side, when I'm and that's I talk about it sometimes. Can I trust human beings? Absolutely not. People are like, what? No, we can't, because we do have that inner child. That is a trigger. We have fight or flight mode, which means, and I talked about it earlier, it's like a cat. If you're petting a cat and it's purring, you don't relax, because once the timer goes off where they've had enough, or you touch a spot accidentally, they will and take off, and you're like, whoa, what just happened? That's what our inner child will do when it feels unsafe or out of control. It does stupid stuff. And so, yeah, there is always a possibility. But what's important for all of us to look at, and what they're bringing up here for you, is to look at um, the fear behind them doing something to jeopardize your relationship, because your fear is what triggers you to do something that would jeopardize your relationship. How do we jeopardize our relationship with ourselves? By defining ourselves by the outside world, by someone's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence. So it's reflecting back to me, why do I fear? Well, obviously I went through all this like 3, 4, or 5 times in my relationships, where I feared that if they did something, that meant I'm unlovable and unacceptable, and there must be something wrong with me if they aren't madly in love with me, like I am committed to them, where I won't go outside the relationship or do something to jeopardize my relationship with them. But they obviously did. So that must mean something's wrong with me. You know, that's the fear we have, or that I'm not lovable, or I'm not acceptable, or that I'm never going to find love again. And that's the fun thing, right? The first few relationships that don't work out, we're so heartbroken, right? We're so thinking, I'm never going to find love again. That's the big fear. Until 3, 4, number 4, number 5 is, oh God, I'm going to find love again. All right. There's never a shortage of love experiences, right? Just trust me. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie is. I'm just getting started. Yeah. So you have, I know that each breath confirms that I'm alive and far from finished. So you've got a long life ahead you with a lot of experiences. This one person's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, will never define who you are unless you're defining yourself by it. So I like that for you. All right. So that is what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. All right. So let's see here. I think, right here. There we are. All right. So Sudeshna, we're circling back around. Sound like I'm a vulture. I'm circling around for more. Sudeshna, run. Here you go. So here's all your timestamps so far. And then we'll circle back around here. After this will be Johanna. And then we'll be back to Sudeshna for 3. And I think that is all I have right now for donations. All right. So let's give this one a love and a like. And as you said, your next relationship will be with someone new, right? Then what will happen to the connection with T? Oh, okay. Sorry, my mouse is acting up. There we go. Let me take a sip here. Excuse me. All right. So based on this energy with you in the route that you're going, bumping into this person, what's going to happen with T through all this? Will the connection end totally, or what? Are you scared? This friendship will end? Will you drift apart? Okay, I get you. Let's take a look here. Okay, we got those, and then this one too. All right. Yeah, I love it. So on the deck, you do have, of course, here's that Ace of Cups, which shows the new coming in, right? And so that's your priority of your life, right? I mean, you definitely have this energy here. Let's see. You got the 9 of Cups, yeah, because you feel like you're having this dream come true energy of you're so in love with this other person, enjoying that. The 3 of Swords here represents the fear of heartbreak and the fear of things ending. And so a big part of this expectations energy around dream is important for you to balance things out here. And what I mean by that is like right now, because we said like 5 to 8 months, right, is when, based on current energies, is when you'll bump into this Ace of Cups. I think that's what we said, right? And during this time, it's about learning to focus on what I'm grateful for in my dream instead of my expectations and the supposed to be and should be and need to be. So now in your life is such a great opportunity over these months to, instead of living a life of fear of things are not going to unfold a certain way, to focus on gratitude for what is instead of focused on the future, which we project into the future the pain we've had from the past. But when we step into this moment, I realize I have everything I need right here, right now, or I'd be dead. But there is this love, and the more you turn inward and outward, this is where this dream and this fulfillment comes. And I feel like this is an important piece because this does help with, you know, this needing to know what's going to happen, because that's what we're afraid of, right? We get into the projection of, well, what's going to happen here and here and here, because we feel like I feel out of control. I need to know so I feel safe, right? So a big piece of this is they're saying this is, it's helpful for our human to face the fears that we fear of the future. But if we, in the now, if I don't bring those fears that are bugging me, you know, and if I don't transform them and question them, and then they will keep coming up like a little kid going, hey, 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 right? And then they are the what suck the life out of our relationships and situations. I usually say, like, I used to say 80-20, but a 90-10 rule. Spend 90% of your time on gratitude unconditional love, enjoying laughter and play, and 10% of your time on the fears that are asking for your attention each day. When you make your life a habit of joy and gratitude and celebration and unconditional love, you attract a life that matches that. When we're doing shadow work and we spend 90% of our time on shadow work, feels like our life is full of a shadow, right? And I'm like, there are periods of time where we need to deal with something and we do it, but that's why I say 10% of our time on shadow, 90% of our time on growing the joy and the unconditional love and gratitude in our life. That's what will help with all this going forward, too. On the other side of the scale, you do have the Lover's card. So you are very much consumed here. Yeah, the Empress. You got the Empress and the Lover's card. That's balancing things out. Your life is feeling so full and so just abundant with this new person that you're um, you're not even really concerned about what happens or doesn't happen with them. Um, you just and it's hard to believe when, especially when we have a crush and we're so drawn to someone, we have a lot of money, not money, a lot of money, a lot of money invested in someone. No, a lot of emotion. Oh, where money came from. A lot of emotion in um, focused into someone. We can't imagine that there being someone else. But of course, we probably had crushes early in our life, and we didn't think we would look past them, and we do now, right? So aware of that. Let's see what comes of the relationship here, though. Does it continue? We have temperance. It goes back and forth and back and forth. It feels like the friendship continues, but it's very slowed and, um, you know, it's just unfolding. We've got the Emperor. It's like you get to decide here what happens with that relationship with them. And the Ten of Swords, again, letting go of all the expectations. That comes in here. And I like all that. There is this, um, I don't know. It just feels like there is a release of whatever happens, happens, and there's not all this energy invested in what it should be, what it needs to be, what it has to be. You just go with the flow with it. It doesn't feel like it. Um, I feel like you guys do drift apart a bit because, of course, based on the current energies we talked about, without you speaking up and without them speaking up, they end up going in a direction where they're going to get married and you end up with someone else. And so your attentions are totally invested in a different one where you're just like, it's just friendship, friends catching up every once in a while. But, for the sake and the honor of your relationships, that you guys just don't like it, just doesn't feel appropriate. And you just don't have the energy behind it either. So let's see what else they want you to know here. But I don't feel like it just like ends but what are the fears here? And what if it does? Is it going to kill you? Nah. You've had other relationships end in your life. You've lived, right? Yeah. In 1212, there is persistence that continues. Oh, happy day and ample opportunity related to your life's purpose just around the corner. Take immediate action once it pops up. Of course, a lovely partnership or an epic romance is also in the cards. So when you're in an epic romance, someone who like was a main character in the movie suddenly becomes a supporting character. The other person becomes the star along with you. Your co-star changes, in this. You've seen movies like that or series where this is their love interest and then something happens and then this person becomes their love interest. It's the actors and everyone changes in the movie. And so they become a supporting role instead of a main role, right? So that's what they have there for you. for that one. So we will circle back around here in a moment for your maybe your final three or the next three. All right. So Johanna, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp. Hello, hello. There we go. All right. So thank you so much for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like. And you'd like to get a general reading. Today has felt glunky. What a word. Yeah, you know, when I first woke up this morning, it did feel heavy. There was heaviness. It did feel a bit thick, like the air feels thick today. Like the world is on a precipice of crankiness. Like we could go either way, right? If there's like this, and I'm like, yeah, but we get to choose, and I like that. So let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know here? I wonder what kind of energy. Do we have anything weird happening? Let me grab the handy dandy daily planetary guide. Let's just see for everyone real quick here. Here's Saturday. Do we have anything interesting happening today? Let's see, the moon entered Taurus last night. So the moon in Taurus, it is trining some things, squaring some things. Well, the moon is very active today. So there could be this, of course, ruled by Venus. So there can be a lot of challenges around our Taurus's moon energy trying to ground us and other things pulling at us. So I feel like there is this nudge, this bullish kind of, I don't want to move energy, right? All right. Let's see what else they want you to know here besides this, that energy there. Okay. And this too. All right. Let's see what we got here, Johanna. All these cards. You got the Three of Pentacles as the underlying energy, which is about being true to your authentic self and creativity. And that makes sense. Taurus energy of the moon, the senses. Taurus is the senses. It wants to see beauty. It wants to smell beauty. It wants to taste beauty. It wants to hear beauty. It wants to touch beautiful things and feel beautiful, cloth and warmth and, stones, the smoothness of things. And so I feel like there is that energy today of, I need to express myself. I need to express myself. I need to feel things. So let today be a feeling of that. Even the Six of Cups came out, which is, I feel like this is our child selves being activated with all this emotional Cancer Sun energy and the expansion of Jupiter into Cancer and the full moon in Sagittarius we had. All of this energy, and then with the moon going into Taurus now for the weekend, it feels like I want to get out and play. I need to experience the physical world. And I just feel like that's kind of energy. It's just like it wants to be able to do this. Yeah, Queen of Pentacles, out into Mother Nature. Mother Nature is calling. Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture as well. We got the Eight of Pentacles, which in this case, this feels like I want to gather things in the outside world. I want to gather some external experiences with this Eight of Pentacles. It's normally not what I get, but I just felt like they're out collecting these and then putting them on their wall. And that's why that with the Pentacles being the outside world and all this Pentacles energy, feels like it's like, yeah, I want to create something and I want to collect something from the outside world. I'm going to create something with it and I want to display it on my wall kind of energy. Maybe that is like we talked about earlier about making an herbal wreath or a sun catcher or a flower crown or something to celebrate Litha today. Maybe. You have the High Priestess, definitely this connection to the spirit world, needing that internal connection while connecting with the nature of the outside world. So I don't feel like this is connecting with people as it is connecting with nature, connecting with outside and connecting with spirit, connecting with the fays and the fairies and the sprites and all that, right? You have the Two of Wands too, managing your energy. Here's that power of choice today. Choose on the things that bring us joy, and then those things will expand. If I focus on the glonkiness, I'm going to get more glonky, and there's the power of choice. There's no right or wrong. Let's see. You have 3 sets of 2. You've got the 4 of Cups, emotional stability, with the 6 of Wands, joy and celebration. Here is this emotional wanting to, it's almost like there's emotional boredom or emotional stagnancy, and I need to feel something today. So feel it through the 5 senses with the outside world, not people. That's your fairy godmother. Not with people. Maybe with puppies and dogs, oh my. But you also have the Wheel of Fortune and the Page of Pentacles. So there is this outside world again. And I do feel here with the Wheel of Fortune, it's time. I'm seeing more of a clock. It's time to get outside. It's time to get out into nature. It's time to get away from everything else. So like you're talking about going to the beach or going for a walk, just going on a path, gathering flowers. Really, it's an important energy to help ground you. And that Taurus moon will help with all that. Yeah. It's about letting your heart fill up and overflow from the inside out. Letting go of getting out of the mind is an important piece here. The 8 of Swords is about letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore. And I feel like you're just kind of, your mind is tired and over exerted. And because of that, it's over exaggerating. And it's like, I just need to go somewhere I don't have to think, which is nature. You can just be. There's not things around you that are telling you, you should do this, you should do that, and blah, blah, blah. It's like getting out and just communing with nature, right? I saw someone that said, I'm going to leave my phone at home. I know. What if there's an emergency? It's like, I'm going to leave my phone at home and I'm going to go. They said, I'm going to go to the gym, and then I'm going to go for a walk, and then maybe I'm going to go get a bite to eat, and I'm going to disconnect from the world. And I like it because for me, what comes to my mind is if there's an emergency and there's people around, they have phones. But for this moment, for me, I'm choosing to disconnect from all the mind stuff. So I feel like that's what they have for you there. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here, Johanna. All right. 6666. The sign of compassion and mother. Great blessing, self-love, boundaries, needs, good vibes, wisdom, understanding, and letting go. Says nurture yourself. Your needs, desires, and boundaries. Let go of things that are weighing you down. Make space for something meaningful and expand your spirit to all areas of your life. That big love, opportunity, or job needs to squeeze in somewhere. And big love is capital B, big capital L love, meaning the big love. It needs to fit in. So let's make some space. So I love that for you. Oh, hey, I didn't see your hair. You feel better. You did connect with people. See, your mind is tired. Yay, phone off. Yay, good, 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 good. So that will help with all the adventure that you have coming in. So I like that for you. Perfect, perfect. Mwah. All right. Cheers to you, my friend. Enjoy. Glad you're feeling better. Merci. All right. So let me just take a look here. So, all right. Thank you so much, Raisin. I see your donation came in via Z PayPal. So up next, we do have Sudeshna for 3. And then you'll be up right after that. All right, let me grab all these. So here are all your timestamps all together. And thank you so much for your multiple donations today. My. Thank you. All right. So Sudeshna, let's jump in here first. So for this next one, let's give that a love and a like here. You want to know, is anyone destined for you with whom you're going to end up with? If yes, when will you meet them? Or will it be based upon your choices or anything? So we kind of have answered that a little bit already, right? That you have this group of destinations that based on your choices, you'll have, like I feel like there's 3 kind of energies that you could possibly end up with based on it. You have the Ace of Cups energy, of course, you have T, and then you have someone else too, based on choices. But that one is more unlikely because this one where you're headed, it's like T is in the middle with the choices you made in your life, but you're starting to make different choices here, which is what brings you into this new Ace of Cups. If you had gone like way wonky, went over here, you'd end up with this other individual. So I feel like that's like less likely than this one based on your current energies. Unless you go through something extreme and make drastic life changes, you won't end up with them. You'll end up with this one. So we kind of answered kind of how you'll meet them. And I feel like you'd be going, well, what kind of choices would I need to make to end up with them, and who would they be? Let's ask that, since we've kind of answered all that other in a previous question. It was very similar to this one. Let's do that. What kind of drastic changes of choices would it be, and who would you end up with? Just in case you're like, hey, I'd rather go that direction, right? Yeah. Wow. So yeah, it would have to take a massive change in your life, with the Tower card being on the bottom here, where it would be like your world falling apart. Where, I mean, there would be like major things. Let's see what kind of changes, because it feels like it would have to be pretty drastic. 8 of Pentacles, yeah, this is about work. Like there would be no job. You wouldn't be able to find a job. You wouldn't be able to put your education to use, and you'd end up having to, it would be like you lose hope and you don't pursue a job that's in alignment with what your heart is, and what your education and stuff is for. 2 of Cups. It's like this 2 of Cups would be, and this is what I was feeling like, you would have to have something pretty drastic happen to like family and friends, where it's almost like you would lose like all of your family and friends around it, where you would feel very alone and very like unsupported, where you would need to like move away to somewhere new. That's how drastic it would be. Like that would have to be like to take all these anchors away that are holding you where you're at now, to have you drift away to somewhere else. So I do feel like with that 8 of Pentacles, there would be this change of the outside world, like eight things, like where you live, you'd move to somewhere else, you would change who you are. There's all this stuff. 7 of Wands too is about, you know, it would require you to give up every expectation and go, screw everyone, I'm gonna go be myself. I'm gonna go become I'm gonna go teach surfing at a beach in on California in the United States. What? That's how extreme it would have to be. It would be like everyone would be wondering if you lost it kind of energy, because it would be such a drastic change of abandoning all of your friendships and relationships with family and friends, leaving behind all work, pursuing something that I gotta be me. It's almost like people would think someone's going through a midlife crisis, right? Who you'd end up with, yeah, is someone very unique, um, very much true to themselves, um, with the Three of Pentacles and the Five of Cups energy. It is someone that has been through a lot of their transformation as well. Like they had something drastic happen to them where they changed their entire life with this Five of Cups. Yeah, they had a lot of disappointment. Oh my gosh. So this person, Three of Swords, Five of Wands, a lot of drama, a lot of heartache, a lot of disappointment. Um, they've had all this stuff that has happened for them. Yeah, to where, Queen and King of Pentacles energy here. Very much this foundation, like this relationship would be very much about the physical adventure. Because you both have the pentacles in common with this one. And it's like they had so much happen in their life that they had it stripped away. Like, and that's what I feel like that's what you guys would have in common, is that you stripped away everything in your physical life to pursue and be, where you're going. That's what makes so much sense about, hey, you become a surfer dude, which of course is not. That's why it feels unlikely that if you had chosen to totally abandon all of this life that you had thought that you wanted and that you grew up with, and with family and community and society, and you're like, I want to become and like I said, I'm going to go teach surfing on the coast somewhere. And I'm going to live in a small hut with the love of my life, and we're just going to just have enough. Going to live a very simple life, you know. And for some of us, that's like, oh my God, that is a dream come true, right? I feel like that's not likely for you in this lifetime. Let's see what else they have here for you regarding this here. Oh, or maybe so. I'm going on an adventure. That's the kind of energy. I know that passion is ignited when I create experiences that excite me. So that's the kind of energy that comes in here. Like that third person, that these three individuals, or you end up alone. There's three individuals, or you choose to be with no one, specific. There's always that option when it comes down to this. When we don't have a fated relationship that we've agreed that it's going to be with regardless, we have all these choices. And this is the kind of lifetime you chose. Could end up with any of them. So it's like, wow. And I know we search for, I want for sure, I want surety in this, right? I want to know for sure. It's like this lifetime, it's all about possibilities and allowing your inner child to go, regardless, I got you, boo. I'm going to take care of you. And I'm your safety. No one else is, right? Because sometimes we'll look for our security outside of us. That's why we feel so unstable, is because we're looking for our definition and our security with relationships with humans, situations, and things. All that's unstable. That's why we feel unstable. But when we connect inward and upward, going, I am powerful, I'm supernatural, I'm eternal, powerful, super spirit being made of unconditional love. That's the foundation. It changes things, right? Right. So that's for that one. And then for your next one, let's give that a love and a like here. So you're currently working in a company. Cognizant. How will be the upcoming time in your career? How will the work be? And everything else in the job. What does Spirit want you to know? All right. Let's take a look here. Take a sip. All right, let's shuffle one more time. So, what does this upcoming year in your career look like at this company? Based on current energies, of course. Got that. And then I do want this one. And then, how will the work be? And anything else? All right, so I got those. All right. Well, looks like with your current job, you do have the Ace of Pentacles. That's good. That's an abundance card. So solid, it feels solid there, underlying energy around it all. You have the Queen of Swords, beautiful balance between head and heart that is coming in with your career here. You have the Six of Pentacles, the Queen of Cups. There's a great, Six of Pentacles is an abundance kind of energy. It's a give and receive energy. So it's a positive card to come out. Queen of Cups is about following your heart. And I do feel here, again, this energy of when we're following what our brain has told us, what we want, what we're supposed to do. Our heart might be guiding us and drawing us to go in you know, a different direction. And even within the company, follow your gut, follow this instinct of going, you know what? I'd really love to work in this part of my, in the company. What do I need to do to get there? Right. And so if your heart is leading you somewhere, go investigate it. Go see if you can meet with people, shadow people, whatever it may be, ask questions. Um, sit with them at lunch, whatever it may be, to go, tell me about this job. Tell me about that. How did you get there? What did you guys need to do? Blah, blah, blah. And then you're like, wow. And then you can look and you can, even if you're interested in it, there's no jobs available, you can still meet with the manager of the area and say, I kind of would like a career path heading toward there. What would you be looking for in here? And, you know, um, and if it's taking an extra certification or a class, or I know in IT, there's all sorts of, you know, different things you can get to add on to your knowledge base, like Legos, right? And so I like that for you here. Um, yeah, don't be afraid. Don't let fear with the Three of Swords. Don't let expectations keep you contained. Question your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that may have made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. Don't let your mind limit you from where your heart wants to lead you. I'm here. So I like that. That's around your career. How will the work be? We've got the Justice card. There's a little bit of balance of things happening here. Feels like there's some clarity. Let's see what this is about here. And we have the Lovers card, which is the power of emotional choice, and the Hanged Man too. There is some transformation, and it's with three major arcana. When you look at the major arcana versus the four suits, major arcana is like significant changes, whereas sword in the uh, suits, the four suits are small changes. It's like uh, a change of chapters within a book, where major arcana is changing books. So just the work seems to be a lot of clarity, some change coming, transformation coming. And with that Lovers card, there is the importance of focus of your emotional choice. You get to choose how you feel about anything. And I feel like when these changes come in, it's really, they're giving you this kind of heads up to go, when change comes, try to embrace it, try to look at the higher vibration. What are you grateful for in the job? Again, like relationships, right? What are you grateful for in a change? What are you grateful for? And focus in on that, because that does set you apart. Some people are, oh my God, what are they changing now? People overhear it, management hears it, supervisors hear it. But when you are, okay, can ask a question about the change. I'm really excited about this. I'm grateful that this is coming here. Um, Anything around what we're going to do with this part? not what am I going to do with that then? It's all about bringing in gratitude for change and then do that. And the people are like, I like how they support the change and they bring up questions in a positive way. It makes you stand out. And I like that. So something to consider. Anything else about the job? We got the moon card. Yeah, there are some hidden things that will be revealed, which we already know. They're going to be coming up. The High Priestess. Wow, the moon and the High Priestess and the Queen of Cups. So much here about reinforcing trust your gut instinct, trust your empathic abilities. Be aware that you do have a strong ability to feel other people's emotions and to be aware of that and how you do that. Put up an empathic bubble, allow other people's emotions to stay outside. You can still be aware of them, but you're not influenced by them. And all of this, you got the Queen of Cups, which is double part emotion. She's very empathic, the master of emotion, right? Then you have the Moon card, which is rules over emotion. Then you have the High Priestess, who connects to the moon, is very emotional and very connected to spirit. So you've got all this energy coming in. And the Knight of Cups, yeah. Really, especially with the Lover's card, the power of emotional choice, very much being aware of emotional energies and emotional choices are important for you in all of this. Yeah. And we have the Devil card, the Shadow card, the Work card that rolls over work. Something to be just aware of throughout all of your work energies is to be focusing in on where's your heart leading you in it. You're in IT, which is a very mental field, but the heart can still want what it wants within that field. And so follow your heart, follow your joy, not the brain, with all these cards coming out, because it will lead you. An example of that is like once I worked for a big corporate retail chain, and I worked in the main office, the buying office, and there was this position in the warehouse that was behind us, the distribution center, to be a clerical. And I was tired of doing what I was doing, and it was like, wow, I love working out there in that environment. And it was like, they're like, but that's kind of like a down. You would be taking a cut in position and pay and range. And I was like, all right. I think I was like 19 years old, so it didn't matter to me at that point. I was still living at home. I didn't have a bunch of expenses. I followed my heart. I was like, I want to do that. Well, I went to do that, and I was only in it a week before they said, we'd like to offer you a position and they wouldn't have known I was there. They offered me a position as a purchasing agent, which was a leap up much further than where I was on the other one. Because I took a downward, I went further up because I was following my heart. Then I actually worked my way out of that position because I was like, all the stuff that we do here, can't this be automated? I fine-tuned it enough where they were like, well, we don't need your position anymore. And I go, yeah, we don't. It's it can be, this part can be given to them, this part can be given to them, and it'll be more efficient and cost effective too. But the most part was that it helped all the stores. It kept delays from happening. And they go, well, we'd like to give you a position and make you over this other area. People were like, oh my God. And in a matter of like 6 months, I took a lower position, got to a higher position and a higher position. And that's the kind of if you follow your heart, you'll be amazed at where it will lead you, is what they want to say here. Okay, let's see what your fortune cookie is. I have in my hands here. Blah, 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 blah. I feel like this is more than for everyone, whoever is listening. If, it resonates, always take it for you too. All right. You've got good fortune. Boom, boom. Work seems to go well here for you. Advice, comfort, major change, individuality, independence. Have faith in your skills and talents, as they are a tool that can provide you with a bright future. A piece of good advice, a moment of enlightenment, or a comforting message is on its way. Everything will work out in your favor. Boom. I love it. All right. All right. So that's for that one. And then for the last one here that I have so far, let's give you a love and a like for this one. So you want to know spirits and universe's guidance on this connection, anything they want you to know. Yeah, no problem at all, Sudeshna. I am grateful for your donations and your thirst from wanting to hear from spirit. So hopefully their messages are helping make your path an easier one. It's a plug for my upcoming podcast, The Easier Path with bruddaZEN. Maybe July. I think I'll be ready for July. We'll see. So let's take a look here. What else do they want you to know? Any other guidance around your connection with T? Okay. Okay. I was like, the High Priest. I'm like, that's special for this deck. Well, that's not special. They call it, the Hierophant is the High Priest in this one, which is about our higher self showing us things from a higher perspective. It's them showing us the capital T truth of things. So let's take a look here. Yeah, the Eight of Swords and the Ten of Cups. Let me just show these together, because they're telling you that a big purpose of this relationship is to show you the limitations. Like the Ten of Cups would be like the joyful relationship that we're hoping for, right? And the Eight of Swords are our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And it's where all those expectations and all the definitions that we've had growing up that tell us what a who they are, whoever this mysterious they is supposed to be, and who they're supposed to be in our relationship, and how the relationship is supposed to start, and how it's supposed to progress, and how it's supposed to end up, and what it's supposed to bring to me, and who I'm supposed to be in the relationship, and who I'm supposed to be in life. It's exhausting, all of these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that it's like all our lives we're being handed these long paper mache strips that are wet, and they hand them to us and we go, okay, I'll put that on, and then another one. Before I know it, I'm mummified. All you see is like someone who's been in a big skiing accident. There's holes for their eyes and little for their nose and their mouth, and the rest of them, they're like this. You can see their fingers and their toes, and they're just like, I can't move. That's the restriction we feel when we've given so many of these things in our life. But at some point, it becomes too much, and we want to break free from it to be more true to who we are. And what happens is, as we interact with more people, these triggers come up. All of these paper mache pieces are brought to our face so we can remove things and become more free flowing. Yeah, you have the Strength card underneath. This is the, being true to ourselves, having the courage and the bravery to break out of this restriction that we've been given all our life so we can be more true to ourselves. And it happens here. The infinity symbol up here, it represents that this is our higher self. This is our human self. And we discover our inner strength by turning inward and upward and connecting with that higher being of who we are, right? Let's see what else they want you to know here. You've got the Seven of Wands. Yeah, being true to your authentic self, standing true. Again, this is all about the bravery. A big piece of this connection is for you to discover your courage to step forward, right? It's like the Lion and the Wizard of Oz. They had it within them all along, right? But this is about standing tall, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not defending your actions or what you want or where you're going in life, but standing on a hill and shining bright, being you. Page of Swords. Again, this seeing things from a higher perspective, from a place of capital T truths, which helps you cut away all these small T truths. These are our fears, the nightmare and insomnia, right? But this Page of Swords grants you the gift of the Ace of Swords, which allows you to see things differently, allows you to understand where all this human emotion and thoughts and beliefs and how life really works. And when you realize the higher way of things, you understand these small T truths, all these opinions we've been given from other humans are that they're not capital T truths, they're small T truths rooted in fear. So much of our world, of the human existence, is triggered by the fear of rejection, the fear of not having enough, not being enough, not being chosen, not being worthy, not being lovable. And when one of the big pieces of that lie is that we can be unlovable, we can be rejected. When we realize and we connect to that capital T truth of the higher realm, that you are eternally, meaning it never ends, unconditionally loved, meaning there's no conditions to it, nothing you have to do to earn it, nothing you can do to lose it. When we realize we are eternally and unconditionally loved, we never worry about losing love again, because I'm like, in here, humans will fickle up and down, love will come and go, people will reject, people will die, people will pass away, people change, people don't act exactly the way we want them to be. When we release all that control over all that, and we find what, and that realization that I am everything I need, everyone else, everything else in the outside world is above and beyond extra, then we can live a life of abundance and fullness instead of lack and fear and ups and downs and roller coasters, right? If we want. Eight of Pentacles, again, it's all about putting in the work and the transformation. That's what happens with a caterpillar. It goes through all of its caterpillar experience, feels very heavy. It's got all this liquid. It eats all these leaves. It's like, oh, I can only move so slow and I have so many steps I can make at a time. And once we transform into a butterfly, we leave so much of the weight behind and we have these beautiful wings. We can fly distances and experience things, right? Yep, the King of Pentacles. Ultimately, the King of Pentacles brings a wonderful message. One of the big transformational energies that the King of Pentacles experiences is the Four of Pentacles, which is the discovery of their worth. We kind of touched on it a little bit, but it's they realized when they were taught that we're supposed to define ourselves by relationships with humans, love, family, friends, even our animal, friends, whatever. All of that defines our worth. But the thing with that is people change, people walk away, people pass away, they're unstable. So if I define myself by those relationships, then I do feel unstable. Things, our education, our careers, our work, our social status, whatever, constantly changing, never staying the same, unstable. So if I define myself by the job, the work, the education, whatever, people that went to college 40 years ago, a lot of that knowledge were like, what system did you learn? Like in IT especially, what? Who's even using that anymore, right? It's not there anymore, right? So if we define ourselves by it, we feel unstable. And then our bodies, things, right? Our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, all those things deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen. So when I define myself by those things, I also feel unstable. Eventually, the king realized when I define myself by anything in the outside world, I feel unstable. Till I get tired of all that, I turn inward and upward. That's where I find that eternal, unconditional love. That's the only solid, stable thing in this physical world. And if I define myself by that, then I feel solid. And then the outside world just is. It can be and do whatever it wants to do and constantly change, and I'm fine. Right? So I feel like that's a big piece of what they're wanting you to learn through this and other relationships too. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what we have here. Yeah. I'm supposed to have fun. Why are we being so serious? I know that it is important to work hard and play even harder. Yeah, this is a giant playground. We come here to experience it. Why are we being so serious? Let's get outside and play, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. So many blessings to you. All right. So those are all those. Thank you for all of your many donations today, Sudeshna. I'm so grateful. All right. So, Raisin, you are up next. Thank you so much for your donation via the PayPal. Let's put your timestamp out there. All right. There it is. So I am well. I hope you are well as well. Will you be able to return to PS school in the future to pursue your life purpose? Oh, I love it. So thank you again for the donation. Let's see what we have, right? They gave you 2 cards already. Take a quick sip. All right. All right, that one, these, and that one. All right. Okay, well, we will dive in here and find out what this is about. 3 of Swords on the bottom here. 3 of Swords, it is an expectations equal disappointment energy here. And I'm stepping into this energy because, like, you're saying that your life purpose, and this is expectations around life purpose, I feel like is the underlying energy to really sit in, because when we're living our life purpose, we're always living our life purpose, right? And I feel like there's some important kind of reflection to look at that with that here, right? And I like this because it's like, um, like understandably, like, oh, I want to be a heart surgeon or a brain surgeon. I can't really be a surgeon until I have schooling and pursue all that. So I get that. And um, I don't know what PS school is, and that's okay. I don't need to know. But it's like I can start living my dream now, right? And I feel like this expectations is about letting go of the how, the supposed to, the should, the need to, the have to, the musts. The control I'm trying to have over it, I feel is like this. It's like letting the control of it go. That's where expectations come in. All right, creator, this is my life purpose. This is what needs to happen. And they're like, okay, right? Yeah, yeah, that's good. Choosing your health. That's good. Nurturing yourself is so important. And so it's like, okay, you know, um, letting go of the fears, letting go of the expectations of how it needs to be and what needs to unfold, that takes away a lot of the pressure, right? It takes away a lot of the fears and a lot of impact on our bodies too. So this can help your health. Of course, disclaimer, I'm no licensed medical professional, but they have found that so much of our life, our body is impacted by stress, right? But we can let go of that, right? And we can, you know, um, it can help our body and get you back to health too. Letting go of the fears and going, you know what? I'm going to live my dream every moment. I am living my dream every moment because I'm experiencing it, right? Yeah. So impacted, right? So there is this, okay, I'm going to um, let go of the control, let go of the expectations, let go of that my life purpose is absolutely this, and kind of open up and going, I am living my life purpose every moment. Because really, every human's life purpose is to come down here to experience what this lower vibrational human experiences to understand higher vibrational. I always talk about this tapestry right here. If it was all beige, you wouldn't see this design in the middle here. It'd all be blended together. If it was all black, you wouldn't see any of the designs and all of these. But because of the contrast of the shadow to the light, we see this beautiful tapestry that I've had for decades. I love it. And we wouldn't have it there, right? And so our experience is, and our life purpose is, living this life to understand lower vibration, we understand higher vibration. Conditional love, we understand unconditional love. Sadness, we understand what joy is. Lack, we understand what gratitude is, and we understand and experience the difference, having pain versus health and no pain, right? And so we're like, we really let go of the connection and the attachment to all the supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and expectations, allows us to be free. So I love that. I feel like that's a big part of everything. Let's see what else we have. You have the Two of Cups. You do have the power of emotional choice. So you do have the choice in the future to return to this if this is what you feel after you finish this health journey. Yeah, you have the Ace of Cups. Returning back to the chalice, becoming the Holy Grail. And I like this too, because again, I like our life purpose. We have a great amount of unconditional love energy. We're the chalice. We get to fill up and overflow out to the world. And our life purpose can be, how do I uniquely want to share this love in my heart with the world in my own special, unique way? Special, unique, no expectations, right? How do I want to express it to the world in this moment? Not trying to copy what anyone else is doing or, you know, regurgitate whatever. It's about being your true self and sharing it with the world in your own way. So I love this. Like, I feel like you do have the choice, but maybe you won't. Maybe you'll want to pursue a slightly different direction or a different direction later. You could see, because you do have the Ace of Swords. You will gain a lot of clarity during this as you're spending time focusing on your health. You have the Ten of Pentacles, the fullness of life. Excuse me, I do feel like you will look at what the fullness of life or success, I feel like you do gain clarity around what that means for you during this as well. And the King of Swords. King of Swords is the ruler over education, so you do have the power to return and to some sort of learning and schooling, whether that still be what you were headed toward, or if during this little sabbatical that you're taking to get your health back into back to that perfect health, that it's like, there's been a slight change of plans. Maybe we'll see. Page of Cups, yeah, following your heart is so important. Wheel of Fortune, knowing everything happens for you. So very positive energies. I do feel like you'll be able to do this. Yeah. And again, the Chariot, the power of choice. It is victory. It is movement. This all comes down to the power of choice, that our free will, that we get to choose what everything means. And from Spirit's perspective, there is no wrong choice. There's just different choices with different outcomes. I used to get caught up in, oh, I must have a soul contract and this is what I do. And if I don't do it, I wonder what kind of penalties are on that soul contract, that if I don't fulfill the soul contract, what's going to happen? And I discovered with Spirit that soul contracts are human creations, that, again, it's like coming down to a playground, or that we're perfect mountains. We're coming down to explore who we are and understand ourselves more. There's not like, we're not worker ants and we're not like, oh, there's work to do. It's like, it's an adventure. And we're all curious voyagers that are looking for, explorers is the word I was looking for, on these voyages, and to discover things, not work, and that all that pressure is human given out of fear, and the other is more in alignment with who creator is, right? So hopefully that helps. But I definitely feel like you will have the opportunity to do it again if you wish, but you might have new beginnings. 0909. Great chance, opportunity, courage, accomplishment, endings, conclusions, and big love. So look out for an opportunity that might be a game changer. You are completing something major. It feels good to level up, huh? Close the old chapter, a new adventure will unravel. I love it. So let go of expectations and flow. See where it leads you. But definitely you have that opportunity if you so choose. There's no wrong choice. You can still return back to that. And I feel like you will have that ability. So I love that for you. That's what they have for you, Raisin. So many blessings to you. All right. You are very welcome. And sending you big, big loads of love energy to help your body move into its highest health. Beautiful. All right. Well, that is it for all of the donations. I know almost 5 hours later. Thank you so much. It's how I live, how I get my food and pay any bills that I have. I'm so blessed by my host. I send her a lot of gratitude and love energy. I'm so grateful. Because of her, I'm able to do what I do. Because she lets me live in her basement for free, and I love that. So, what we move to next, since I've completed all the donations, I'm going to be on for about another hour max because I do need to go eat at 5 p.m. Mountain Time, and then I'll be back at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. Whatever I don't finish in this session, if I finish in my second session, which I'm on for 2 hours, 6 to 8 p.m. Mountain Time, I start on the readings. And whatever I don't finish in this session or that session, I do come back after spending about an hour, hour and a half with my Praying Mantis members for a third stream. I know, am I crazy? But I do come back to finish out everything. After each of my sessions, I do post a comment and pin it listing the readings with all the timestamps. So you're able to look and go, is my name there? There I am. Click on it, takes you right to your reading. If you look and you're like, I'm not this one, then look at the next one. And if it's there, then click on it. If it's not there, then look for the third one, and then it should be there. I normally, knock on wood, don't miss anyone that I know of. All right. But up next is my YouTube channel members. They get their free readings next. So let me scroll down here. You see their names in green with their badges. And so those free readings, let's see, we did that one. We did that one. Okay. All right, here we are. So, Melissa, your free reading. Thank you for your donation earlier. Let's put that here, just in case you're still hanging out here. What do your spirit guides want you to know about your spiritual abilities? Free readings go much faster, everyone. They're just 1 to 2 cards. We don't dive deep like we do for the donation, so it'll be faster. Well, I like this here. One of your spiritual abilities here with the Queen of Swords, balance between the head and the heart, and the Six of Swords, which is moving from old ways of thinking to new ways of thinking. You do have this teaching ability to share knowledge, and how you share that knowledge is up to you. You can do it through blogs and writing, actual teaching. You can do it through readings. You can do it through channeling messages from spirit. But it is about helping people move their emotions and bring in clarity around it. So you can even be counseling, psychologist, kind of energy, because it's all about helping people understand their emotional energy and giving them awareness on how they can transform it. So it is this beautiful, even emotional, what do they call it? Emotional, oh, I forget what it's called. A friend of mine, she had it, emotional. it's helping get in touch with the inner child and doing different things too, emotional. I forget what it's called right now, but whatever energy or anything that you can put around that, you're very aligned with, like, your astrological energy, what you're born with this character that you have a natural ability to help people with that. So if it resonates, that's what they have for you, Melissa. Right? So that's what they have for you. Okay. Did that. We did that one. We did that one. We did that one. All right. Right. And then Olivier Vagara, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we are. On like a general reading for the upcoming week. All right, let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know about the upcoming week? You got the Three of Pentacles and the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups is like a quest of following your heart, and the Three of Pentacles is about being true to your authentic self and not being worried about what other people will think. Like, I'm going to be punished if I don't do what people think, or I'm going to lose people's support. There is this nudge to follow your heart, to be true to you and true to your heart and follow your heart. So I feel like in decisions that need to be made and interactions with people, it is about letting your heart be like your true north, your North Star, what you follow. And kind of like this energy of when I need to make decisions this week, to close my eyes, open my heart, and go, heart, where do you want to lead me? Take a breath, step back before you make decisions, even before you interact with people. Like if someone's like, hey, I need to talk to you, you're like, all right, I'll be right there. Okay, let me come into my heart, get out of my mind. So if I'm in my mind, I might, if in my heart, I will speak more from a place of love than a place of hissy cat, right? And I won't make decisions out of fear. I'll make decisions out of heart. And I like that for you. I feel like that's an important way to go into this upcoming week for you here. Because I feel like there's going to be some challenging people and situations, not like extreme that I feel, but I feel like that will help you. All right. So that is what they have for you there, Olivier. Let's see. Okay, we did CJ. We did you already. Okay. We did those already. We did that one. So I'm just flying down the chat here. Oops. Sorry. Keyboard gone wild. There we go. Okay. So Happy Pill, you are up. You wanted a general reading. Let's see what Spirit has here for you. All right. They do want that one. Any of those? Nope. What else? And that one. All right. So you've got the Empress and the Hermit. Well, feels like here it's a time of kind of stepping back and kind of hibernating in a way. The Empress is about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, creation. She has a lot of emotional energy underneath, ruling over all four queens. So she's like 5 parts cup, 1 part air, 1 part fire, 1 part earth, right? And the Hermit energy is about stepping back away from the chaos, connecting upward, but it's this alone time, taking this alone time. So this is making sure, even if you can get out into nature, a walk in nature, sitting out in nature, going to a park, anything, it doesn't have to be extreme, but it's about getting away alone and recharging, I feel, is a very important energy here. And that it's okay to hibernate sometimes, and take time for you is very important right now. Oops, and I didn't put your timestamp here. So sorry. I'm going to put around 4:58. Why didn't I do that, Happy Pill? I'm going to put 4:58-ish. If I remember, I'll try to find your exact one, but so sorry. I'm like, what is going on? What am I doing? All right. But I feel like that is the most important thing for you right now is take time for you and recharge. Get out into nature. Connect with Mother Nature. Hug a tree carefully, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Happy Pill. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Sean G, you are up. Like after 5 hours, I forgot one. Can you believe that? What am I doing, Happy Pill? All right, Sean G, there you go. And you wanted guidance for next week. Let's take a look here. All right. Here we go. Boom, boom. 7 of Pentacles, 10 of Swords. Yeah, the guidance for next week is kind of take it on a slow roll here with 7 Pentacles. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, letting go of expectations with the 10 of Swords. And I know there is this timing thing, right, that really is eating you up. And it's about even like, I don't know if I shared this with you yet or not. It came out in one of my member sessions, but it was about patience. That patience is lack energy. And I'm like, what? We were all like surprised. I'm like, whoa. Let's see what this is about. I'm like, patience is lack energy. Explain, please. And Spirit was like, well, when do you need patience? I go, when you feel something isn't happening fast enough. And they're like, or if, and they added, or if you feel something should have happened already and you don't have it yet. And it's that energy that feels like lack, right? And it's like, well, I need patience. It's like, ooh, let me let go of this thought and belief and expectation that something was supposed to have happened already. Trust the timing. And that's the whole thing, right? Do you trust the creator? I do. Do you trust my timing? Well, that's where now you're pushing it, right? But I like this because this is about letting go of expectations around timing, trusting that everything is unfolding perfectly and that things go slow when they're trying to reveal things for us so that we can grow from it. Because when things are not happening, we have triggers, fears that pop up, thoughts that pop up that this should have already happened. Well, what if it doesn't happen? What am I fearing? What's at the root of my fears? And it releases and frees us from something when we're going through that. We also really learn through it all that when things are going slow, it's because I'm stuck in lower vibrational energy. What speeds up things? Higher vibrational energy. So the more I focus in on gratitude and for what is and what I have had, like we talk about so much, I know. But when we focus on that also unconditional love and joy and laughter and play and peace, all that's higher vibrational. That also speeds things up. So little combo of information. Hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you right now. For next week. Just next week. That's all. All right. Okie dokie. So that is it for all of the readings for my YouTube channel members. Now we will begin the free readings for non-channel members. Again, we will put a pinned comment at the end that will list all of the readings I completed with timestamps. So up next, we got Benita Bala. So Benita, let's grab your timestamp here. So I'll keep doing this. So sorry, Happy Pill. I feel so bad. All right. I know you forgive me. If you have trouble finding it, just rewind to Livier's one at 4:56:43. Yours is right after hers. All right. So Benita, You're very welcome for answering your previous question. You're curious now, how will Sean's parents feel to know that they're interested in you? You're all good family friends. Oh, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, how their parents feel. King of Cups, Ace of Cups. Well, balance between head and heart, and Ace of Cups is joy. So it's very happy energy that comes in here. And I feel here that they are really excited just that they find love, and that they find someone that they care about and that cares about them. I feel is really what's in their heart with that King of Cups. They're balanced between head and heart. They get the, the whole expectations and, this tradition and blah 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 and all this, but they also the heart is important to them, and they're very well balanced between the two, and it feels like very much happiness there. So I like that for you. All right, easy breezy, short and easy. Very supportive of it. It feels like with that energy. So I like it. All right, so that's what they have for you, Benita. All right, let's see. We did that one. Okay, here we are. All right, and then Ankita, you are up. So sorry you had trouble with the stickers, super stickers, and it wasn't letting you do it. I don't know. Wish I knew what was going on there, but maybe it was to delay because you need your message now and not later. Who knows? So your question is your current situation. Will your current situation get better, and when? So let's take a look here. Will your current situation get better, and when? Will it get better? The High Priestess. I feel like, stepping away from the chaos, going up and connecting with spirit. This is like spending some time alone, away from the chaos, away from the situations important, because there are things revealed as you step away and are able to see things from a different perspective here. And the Five of Cups is, let me see, I got to cover up here a little. YouTube might not like that. Five of Cups is a movement of emotion. When you choose, the Five of Cups has the three spilt cups. If we focus on lower vibrational energy, we stay in the loop and cycle of lower vibration. When we choose, that Two of Cups behind us is the power of emotional choice. It does tell us there's no wrong choice. There's lower vibrational energy or higher vibrational energy. Every moment we are choosing an emotion, story, our energy, and our physical actions, one or the other. There's no wrong. There's just different choices, different outcomes. When we're tired of the current situation emotionally, we change the emotion on the inside. We change our focus of our energy, and then that changes it. Sometimes it does take, like with this High Priestess, stepping away from the situation so that you can see things clearly, that we're not continue to be triggered, and that we can see it from a different perspective and then also transform. So hopefully that helps. That's what I feel like they have for you right now. So many blessings to you, Ankita. Right. See, we did those. We did those. We did those. All right, there we go. All right, so Victoria, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. So Victoria Uba Ramirez. Hello, hello. Happy Saturday to you. So what's coming towards you this week? Let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know? These must be your cards. You got the Seven of Pentacles and the Eight of Pentacles. All right. We like that Seven Pentacles when it pops up, when it's followed by the Eight of Pentacles. Seven of Pentacles is normally the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, and is about patience and, oh my God, when is this fruit going to arrive? Eight of Pentacles is having put in the blood, the sweat, the tears. Here's the progression. So we like when the Seven of Pentacles shows up with the Eight of Pentacles, because that means the waiting is over. Whatever's been taking forever to show up, next week you're going to start to see the progress, the fruit start to come in. It's like when you've had this fruit tree that you've watched grow from a seed into a little plant and grow it into the branches, and then it got bigger and it has leaves and now it has blossoms, and this is the season you start to see little, are those fruits growing? Yeah, my God, I see the fruit growing. This is the season I'm going to have fruit on this tree that I've been investing so much energy into for so long. And here it comes. And I like this. The next week, you're going to start to see the little buds coming out, which are little pieces of fruit. And so you're starting to get them, and then you're going to see all of a sudden they get, this fruit is big enough to pick and it's ripe, and then there's 3, and then there's 10, and then the harvest really starts to flow in. So I like that for you, Victoria. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. Right. And then Nelia Maderos, your free reading is up here. Thank you so much for your donation earlier. Shons. There we go. And you wanted a general on you and Kevin's friendship. Where's it heading? All right. Sorry. There we go. I had a coffee mustache. All right. So let's see here. Kevin and yours friendship. Where is it heading? All right. You know, still undetermined. We have the 8 of Cups, which there is going to be a movement. There's going to be a change that's coming up. But the 2 of Wands is about, it could go either way. 8 of Cups can be walking away from relationships and emotions that don't serve anymore. But whether it's walking away and ending or moving up is, I feel like, is what is coming up here. And the 2 of Wands, this energy of determining it is, if I focus on what I'm grateful for, of course, we talk about this all the time. I know you guys probably can, some of you can repeat it because I've said it so many times, right? But brainwashing is so helpful with this human brain. So I think that's why Spirit brings it through so much, because it's so important in our lives. The more I focus on gratitude for what I enjoy around my friendship with Kevin, the more it's going to expand and grow. The more I focus on what it's not, the less it becomes, right? So we're at a crossroads where it's either going to go away or up. I don't feel like it's going to be able to stay the way that it is. I'm so sorry. Burping up coffee. Yeah, it's either going to go one way or another way. We want it to go this way. And so I feel like, this is the energy. It's like, what do you want to happen from it? Then you invest the energy accordingly. I want it to grow more. I'm going to start focusing on what I'm grateful, both internally, but also expressing it outwardly. And then it'll grow in the direction that it is for your highest right now. I feel like it's possibilities still with those 2 of Wands. So I don't have like how is it going to end up right now? Like they're saying, it depends on the decisions. It can go either way, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Nelia. Sorry. Blah, blah, blah. I know. All right. All right. So that is for you, my dear. Thank you again. All right. I do know how to type. So, hey, Day with the jewelry. Hello, hello. Long time no see. Let us grab this here. Here's your time stamp. And you want to know whatever you need to know right now. All right. Let's take a look here. All right. What do you need to know right now? Right? That and this one here. So we've got the High Priest and the Queen of Cups. Wow. So the High Priest, which is actually the Hierophant, and the Queen of Cups, which is a lot like the High Priestess in the energy, because she's got 2 portions of Cups energy, which makes her very empathic, very connected to the spirit world. I feel like what you need to know right now is that the answers that you seek, especially with these beautiful keys they have here, that the keys are, and the answers are within. Trusting your gut, trusting your instinct, connecting to the higher realms. The answers that you seek, if you have decisions to make and you're not sure what decision to make, it's because you don't have enough information yet. And asking of spirit, trusting your gut, realizing there's no wrong decision, there's just different decisions, different outcomes, takes away the fear of making the wrong choice. Like there's no wrong choice. But trust your gut. Where's your heart leading you? And then also can ask spirit, hey, I have this decision to make. I'm having trouble making it. Can you make it a no-brainer? Can you bring in information that'll make this decision so easy to make? And they're like, yep. And then boom, piece of information will show up on your path and you'll be like, oh, well, obviously I'm not going to do that. I'm going this direction. And I feel like that's what they want you to know right now, is you got the answers in here. And if you want confirmation, you can ask them and they will bring it for you too. So I like that for you, Day. So many blessings to you. That's what they have for you right now. Right. Excuse me. Sorry, didn't mean to do that in the microphone. How rude. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right. Just making sure I wasn't skipping over anyone. All right. Okay, maybe I don't know how to spell. Okay, there we go. So Supernova, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Let's grab your correct timestamp here. There we go. So Nova, hello. What advice does Kurt have for you? What do you need to hear? Anything on or nothing but silence and quiet? All right, we'll take a look here. I had an interesting experience yesterday on the solstice, where I usually, like during the week, on Fridays and Saturday and Sunday, sometimes I don't, or on Saturday and Sundays because I'm so busy pulling readings, but I'll channel, and it was quiet on the solstice. They were like, I go, you guys have nothing to say? They're like, not today. Today's about being with us. Just come in and sit with us in our energy. And so I just sat. We sat in silence together. They were there. I felt them. I saw them in my mind's eye, but they were just like, all had a vow of silence. So it was interesting. I also came across Instagram today was a quote from Kurt Cobain. He said, I'm not gay, but I would love to be, just to make the homophobes uncomfortable. That's such a Kurt Cobain energy. The rebel. I'm just going to be, I would be, just to, because it would piss him off. Like, oh, Kurt. Hey, Kurt. He's saying hi to me, but I thought I'd share that. All right, let's see here. What does he have for you? What do you need to hear? All right. Yeah. So we have the Three of Swords, which is expectations equal disappointment. And the Eight of Swords is about becoming aware of and releasing our old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve us anymore. These expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be. And I love that because, it was a good experience for me to go, hey, aren't you guys supposed to like talk to me? Aren't we supposed to? What if I can't hear from you? Oh my God, what if I lost my gift? I thought they're like, shh, we're here. This is a moment just to be with us. And I'm like, oh, and I'm like, oh, that's an expectation, right? That there's always supposed to be a message from spirit. And they're like, sometimes the message is just a hug. There's no words. Sometimes it's just we're embracing you with beautiful energy. And that doesn't have to be messages, but silence and quiet, like someone, like a best friend sitting with you in silence and quiet, but embracing you, allowing you to feel this wholeness, and that there is no, what are we fearing? And for me, it's like, if I never heard from spirit the rest of my life, I'd be like, well, I guess I'm going back into the workforce doing something that, until I die, and then I'll be face to face and go, all right, now why did you guys ghost me? Ghost, woo. But they're very funny. Spirit loves us so much they wouldn't want to ghost us anyway. But sometimes we do have times where we're not hearing them because we're in low vibrational energy. But sometimes we're in higher vibrational energy and we're connecting. They just want to sit. Words sometimes just will ruin the moment, and just sitting and, it's like if someone has a huge loss, saying, I'm so sorry for your loss, or, they're in a better place, or blah, blah, blah. Sometimes just sitting with someone in silence, or hugging them, or holding their hand, or holding, their arm as you walk. Sometimes that's all that is needed. And I feel like that's what they want you to know right now. And, but of course, Kurt has to add in for you too. But music is how we embrace each other, right? So music helps people embrace each other, and your music helps people feel embraced. And I feel like that's an important energy as well. Interesting. I even have this picture of you sitting on stage in between songs and just going, and for 10 seconds, we're just going to have a gift of silence and just watch it get quiet. And then, all right, that's enough. All right, that's what they have for you, Nova, right now. So many blessings to you. All right, let's see what else we have here. Okay, we did those already. Okay. We did that. Okay. Sorry, I'm reading like this. Okay, we did those. Okay. All right, here we go. Right, so Sudeshni, you are up. There we go. And you wanted a general for July. All right. All right, let's try that again. Sudeshni. General for July. All right, for July coming up here. Wow, I do feel like here you are taking a new direction. You have the Six of Wands coming in here, which is like this victory and movement energy. There's a change, like the cycle ends and then continues. You've got Three of Wands and this Judgment card, which they call it karma, which is about your higher self showing you, calling you to a different way. And I feel like in July, you have a good, like this significant, what you feel like is a victory, but then you have this, like your higher self is going, all right, you're almost like, what's next? And your higher self is pulling you in a direction, and you're going, all right, I thought I was gonna, once I did this, I was gonna do this and then this, but now that I've done this, meh, I want to go this way. And you take an alternate course in July, and you kind of head off in a significant different direction, with it being the Judgment card, being a major arcana. I feel like they're kind of swooping you and taking you into this, alternate course that is bringing you to a different place than you thought you would go. And that is all right, whether that is a change in relationship or a change in job or education, whatever it is. Excuse me, it is a significant change, but you've reached a pinnacle in something. And now you're like, well, next I would normally want to go in that direction, but no, I'm going to go this way, So I like that for you. And it is significant here for you, and a powerful message. That's one thing they want you to know about July, is to allow yourself that change, allow yourself to change directions as well. All right. So that's what they have for you, Sudeshni. And then Sudeshna Ghosh, you are up for your free reading here Thank you for all your multiple donations earlier. I'm so grateful. And so here is for that one. How will the next 72 hours be for you? Let's take a look here. So what do they want you to know about the next 72 hours? All right. Oh, those two. Boom, boom. All right. There is this. I like this. We've been talking about all these expectations, and the Ten of Swords is about letting go of expectations, letting go of going, I'm tired of trying to live up to all that's supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be. People pleasing. What do I want? You have the Eight of Cups, which is this energy of with releasing these expectations of what you're supposed to do and all this. The Eight of Cups is like taking an emotional inventory, starting to build up your emotional bank, which means you might have like relationships and situations with a lot of different people where you're giving 70, 80, 90% of the emotional energy into relationships, and they're only giving 10, 20, 30%. Some of them you might be like, yep, I know I'm going to cut that. You get all that emotional energy back. Some you might be like, well, I'm going to back off to 50. And if they give the other and make it up where it's 50-50-ish, then you'll keep it going. If they don't, the relationship drifts apart. The friendship, relationship, family, friends, coworkers, whatever, then you get that all of that amount back. That's a big piece of it, of this emotional energy, because if your emotional bank is almost bankrupt, then your heart won't allow new love to come in, because it's like we have nothing more to give. I can't have another heart to feed. We don't have enough art emotion to give away. So as we bring all this back, then our emotional bank goes up. We'll have emotion to spend in a relationship. Ooh, I know, right? The other piece of it is being aware of the emotions that I'm pushing down. These are emotions that I experienced when I was 7 years old or younger that I didn't know what to do with because it was crying or anger, and we were told, don't you cry and don't you have a tantrum. So you pushed all that emotion down because they only wanted a happy child, not a crying or angry child. So there's all this emotion we've been using this energy to keep suppressed and keep it pushed down, and it hasn't been able to be expressed. So now it's about transmuting and transforming that energy. So all that energy we're using to keep it down also comes back to us. So that's a big piece. The 72 hours, I feel like, is a big reflection of where am I investing this emotional energy? And is this where I want to extend it and spend it? Or do I want, to save it for this relationship that is coming your way, right? So that's what they have for you, Sadeshna. So many blessings to you. All right. So many blessings to you. Tim Lejeune, let me see here. Hello, hello. Oh, you took the advice, able to see new perspective. Oh, a breath, good. Oh, it does suck that you closed on that. So, oh, I get it. All right, Tim, sorry, I don't have a question there, so I'll continue here. And then Alexandria, you said you would like to ask a question. So, of course, you can, and we'll see if you asked one. And for everyone, you can always just ask questions. You don't have to ask permission. Patty stopped by just to say hi. She's already long gone. That was hours ago. Hey, Patty. All right. Okay. I did that one here. Did that one here. Okay. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm not missing anyone, especially when people wait for hours. All right, Ashish, you are up exactly at 5.5 hours. Look at that. There we go. So Ashish, you want any messages from your dog who passed away in 2019? Her name is Sheba. Oh, roof, roof. Let's see what they have. They actually are, animals are like we are animals. We have lifetime as animals. You might even have a lifetime as an animal right now at the same time you're being a human too. I know we're powerful like that. So it is a higher soul. Let's see what message that Shiba wants to give you. Of course, their soul is still hanging around you. All right. I like this. I like this. Disappointment around the cat. I don't know if you have a cat or you were thinking I had a cat, but there is this funny little humorous thing. They're like, you know what? Can you imagine if you had gotten a cat? But they are there. They understand, that the pain when they left and when they passed away. But I like this, that realizing they're so much more powerful, that they are more than just this dog, this animal. They had these experiences, and they are grateful here. The Queen of Wands is a lot of sassy energy, a lot of movement energy, and they are still around you. They are giving you messages. If you're wondering, is that you? Did you do that? They're like, yeah, that's me. I'm still around you, bringing you messages, mainly emotional messages. I feel here, and something about a cat. It just keeps on coming up. It's like it's a joke, you know. Um, because the cat on the Queen of Wands here, and but they do want to let you know that one of their big purposes why they chose you and why you chose them, for this lifetime that you had, was that they were designed to help transform and transmute the energy that was around you. And I love it. They reminded me of a story I heard about a dog that came through in a reading for someone, and they're like, "Yeah, that's what we do." They are like, even the wagging of my tail was to help transform energy, because it just does. So I sensed your emotions, every emotion, and that was what a big reason I was there, was to help you. So if you want to, they're like, if you haven't gotten an animal already, they're very supportive of you having a new animal, even if it's a cat. They're like, really, a cat? But if you want it, they still do it too. Their purring does stuff too. But they're all joking, because all animals have this beautiful ability to help humans with transmute their energy. And that's why they were there. And so they are still around you, and they'll be around you until you go to the other side. So you're never ever alone. You've got a great host of beings around you, loving and supporting you. And I feel like that's what they want you to know right now. Right. So that's what they have for you, Ashish. So many blessings to you. Okay. Okay. We did that one. We did that one. Okay, we did that one. Oh, so sorry if you guys heard that. My stomach is growling. Yeah, it's getting close. I'll be on for about 30 more minutes. I'll try to get through as many as I can here. Anything I don't finish, I will finish tonight at some point in one of my sessions. All right. So, culture envy. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. So, culture envy, general reading. Let's take a look here. What do we have here for you? All right, what do they have here? Three of Pentacles, the Empress, 3 and 3. Wow. All about creativity here, birthing something new, but big about being true to your authentic self, and letting this creativity out. If you haven't expressed your creativity in some way, I really feel like this is an amazing opportunity for you, excuse me, to do that. You're being nudged, whatever that is, whether that's, excuse me, in the kitchen, or creating something out in nature, um, painting something, drawing something, creating something with wood, clay. But it needs to be a creative expression of how you do that. And it's important that you do that right now because it helps connect you. If you need to get out into nature with the Empress, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture to help, let that creativity flow and get going, get out into nature, ground yourself. But it is very much important for you right now, I feel, to do something artistic, creative in a way, because it does get juices flowing. It helps ignite this passion within you and excitement for life within you. So I feel like that's their big message that they want right now is be creative, be creative, right? So that's what they have. All right. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Cat Goddess, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. You'd like to know what blessing you can potentially expect soon. So let's take a look here. If you asked this yesterday, I feel like I answered this from someone else. I did answer if this was you. So if you want to know a blessing, be sure to check that one out too. It'll be in the pinned comments. If you can't find it, let me know. I can probably find it pretty quick for you. Okay. So we want to know all messages, right? Let's see what else is headed your way here. You do have the, let me see, I got to kind of cover this up. This is the only card. I just need to do a little adjustment on it. You have the Five of Cups. That doesn't help. Five of Cups and the Page of Wands. Page of Wands is a new spark that's coming in here. And the Five of Cups is a transformative energy. It's about lower vibration of emotion going to higher vibration of emotion. And it's like there's this blessings. And I feel like this is kind of the message that they gave you before, or whoever had this, asking about blessing. What's a potential expectation of a blessing could come? They're like the Page of Wands is the world is your oyster. Whatever you focus on around gratitude, you can draw in, which will be a blessing. The Five of Cups is changing our emotional vibration from lower to higher, from not focusing on lack, not focusing on want or need, but focusing on gratitude for what is will bring in blessings, because whatever you are grateful for, whatever you want more of, you can ask for, not ask for, but be grateful for what that is. Like, let's say I want abundance. I want a blessing of abundance. Then I can be, thank you so much for this abundance that I have and for, what I have had when this situation happened, this situation. If I want to be invited to a get together, I can be, I know what I'm grateful for. I'm grateful for when I was invited to that. I was invited to that. I was invited to that. Really sitting in, seeing it, feeling it, having gratitude for it. You draw it in. So all of this is about whatever there's so many blessings that are available to us, but all the stuff that comes toward us is because of our energy. If I focus on lack, I'm pushing blessings away. Want and need is low vibrational lack energy. It throws it away. When I focus on what I'm grateful for, then I draw in these blessings. And I feel like that's an important, energy for you to have. So that's what they want you to know right now. I know on a specific blessing that's coming. Well, they're like, you can create the next blessing that comes in by what you're grateful for. So use it. You've got it, right? So I love that for you, right? So that's what they have for you, Cat Goddess. So many blessings to you. Okay, we did that one. We did that one. We did that one. All right, here we go. Right, and then Maria P, your free reading here. Oops, let me grab that and put that out. There we go. So Maria wanted a general for you and Walter. All right, let's take a look here. Do a time look. I love it. So you get the 10 of Wands and the Lovers. It's funny because as the cards are coming out, I'm like, this thought came through my head of you're putting a lot of energy into you and Walter. And the 10 of Wands is about like getting a taking an inventory of the amount of energy that you're investing, and then the lovers. And so the general reading is your life is more than just Walter, right? That again, that we talk about that your life is your own and that they are a part of your life, but not your life. But the 10 of Wands energy is like you're kind of moving over into this energy of they are my life. Everything revolves around them. And it's like, bring that back to you, come back to you. You define you. Your life is you. They're just a part of it. But it feels like you're leaning towards where you're having this mindset that they are my life. And it's just a nice reminder to come back to you because that is where your power is you in here, right? So hopefully that makes sense, but I feel like it's just a great reminder for you to return back to the power of you and that you're not a half a person, you're a whole person sharing your life with a bunch of other people, including Walter. But they are just a person in your adventure, not your adventure. So make sure to maintain your adventure. What else are you doing with your energy? Where else are you in doing? Or is it all being focused proportionally all to them or a large portion to them? It's like a little balance can be used here in evaluating where you're investing all of your energy. I feel is like what the reading is coming in for you, right? So that's what they have for you, Maria P. Many blessings to you. Okay, we did that one. We did that one. We did that one. We did that one. Okay, we did those. Okay, we did those. We did those. Okay. All right. And then MMC, you are up. You might have already found your keys by now. Let's put this out here because that was a couple hours ago. So, are your keys in your room or are they lost? Let's take a look here. Are they in your room or are they lost? It's funny. You got the Two of Pentacles. Could be in two places. That's funny. You know, it could be, but there's this balance here. You've got the Ace of Wands energy here and the Karma, seeing things from a different perspective. There is this energy I'm feeling of like rush, 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 rush. And if you look at something differently, you'll see them from a different perspective. So I do feel like, I don't feel like they're lost, but I feel like in moving them with those Two Pentacles, moving them from like one thing to another that they felt because you were in a rush. And so I feel like they're somewhere, I feel like they're in your in your room. But I feel like they kind of fell out because you thought you were putting them in a pocket or whatever, but you missed it or something along those lines because it's in moving it from one location to another that you were in a rush and trying to balance something and you know but you didn't get it. So if you change your perspective and look from a different way, I feel like you'll find them. So hopefully that helps MMC. But I don't feel like they're lost. I feel like they're there. They're just kind of in an odd place. All right, so that's what they have there for you. Many blessings to you. All right. All right, and then Carmel, you are up at 5:45 even. Oops, let me do this, make it look a little different here. There we go. There we go. So Carmel, hello, hello. Why? So KB thinking of you and his current intentions after seeing you tomorrow. All right, so what are they thinking of you? And then based on current energies, well, after they see you tomorrow, we'll jump into the future based on that time frame. After seeing you tomorrow, what will their intentions be? No, none of those. Okay. All right, got 2 cards for that. So, thinking of you, there's joy, celebration. I like that energy here with the 3 of Cups. So joy, 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 joy. Great amount of excitement about seeing you here. Their intentions after tomorrow, you know, they've got the Fool card, which is a new adventure, free of expectations. They have a bit here, the Hermit card. They do enjoy their alone time. They enjoy being to themselves, but there also is this adventure. The Fool card is about going on an adventure, but without intentions, without, you know, have to be, supposed to be, should be's. What they're looking for is not to be caged, but to have an adventure, to see where things go, not to be restricted and have all these, rules around things. I feel like they are, it's like a lion who doesn't want to be caged. It's not that they want to be out on the plains with all these other lionesses or whatever, but they do want, the freedom to roam and go on adventures, not have to be restricted and be in a zoo. They want to roam together on big plains and not have it very defined, if that makes sense. So I feel like that is what they have coming in for you right now regarding that, Carmel. So many blessings to you. All right, let me see here. Where did it go? There it is. Okay. Okay. Let me see here. How do you spell this here? I don't want to misspell it here. All right. All right. So is that Feria Edits, I think, is how you might say that. I probably totally murdered that. My apologies. So I'll put it out here. All right. So what chakra do you need to work on in order for you to heal right now? Or just what do I need to work on to heal yourself? Right. So of course, see the disclaimer in the description box of the video. I am not a licensed medical professional, of course. Ultimately, everybody makes their own decisions. And everyone's responsible for seeking professional assistance as needed, right? So let's see here. What chakra can you use to help with that, or anything else around healing yourself, right? Okay, I do have this one. So what chakra? You have the 8 of Swords. 8 of Swords here. Third eye chakra really coming in with this, because this is about becoming aware of my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve me anymore, and being able to see, because you can see, closing your eyes and seeing beyond the the world here. And so it's about letting go of the human thoughts. And so the third eye will give you guidance. It will show you what needs to be released. Let's see what else we have here too. Yeah. And this makes sense here, because to heal with all this 4 of Swords and 8 of Swords energy, there is this energy of, the small t truths rooted in fear, this our limiting thoughts and beliefs and mindsets about the shoulds and the need to, the have to, really stresses us out. And so we've got all this, this energy of, you know, um, have to be and supposed to be, and all this uh, fear of failure, fear of rejection, and all that fear energy will put our body into fight or flight mode, which then shuts down our immune system, our digestive system. It floods us with all the stress hormones and all the stuff. If you look at, most of our health issues are a lot of stress related. So if it's physical healing you need, then, of course, the more we look at those thoughts and beliefs, it helps us. If it's emotional, all of it kind of is coming back, I feel like, here to this old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve me anymore. These opinions I grew up with on, uh, you know, supposed to be anything that sounds like these expectations. Once you release yourself from them, there's this freedom that comes in that allows you to flow. It allows you to see who you are, see where you are wanting to be, and not feeling like you are this confined individual that's trapped. There's freedom that comes from this, and the letting go of this expectations. It brings you rest when you're able to find out what's at the root of these fears. What is coming up, these beliefs I have about my self-worth that are rooted in others people's actions and non-actions, their words or their silence, right? And so we have that, awareness that comes in. And the third eye, I feel, when we close our eyes and open up, we can get the messages from spirit. They will show us intuitively in our third eye. They'll even allow us to play things on there. And even in our dream world, emotional things can be processed, because it's like our daydreaming happens through our third eye on the little movie screen when we're sleeping. That movie screen is also where we dream. And I feel like those are the kind of energies that can help transform you, if that helps. Right? So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right, let's see where we're at here. Oh no, how long has it been breaking up? All right, well, maybe I should just end like I was planning on doing here, because I do need to head off to eat anyway. So who I have left, which I will try to come back for. Let me get rid of these other ones. I don't need these anymore. Evidently, it sounds like the microphone might be messing up. I'm so sorry. Let's see here. So Star Seed, we have yours. Let me grab that. And then Kaniha or Kanija. I see your question here. We will come back for that one. Okay, Alexandra, you said you have a question. Okay, and then Faith and Love. I see yours here. Alexandra, it looks like you got rid of yours. The Red Thread, hello. Let me grab that one. And then Thashvir, you're just trying to see if there's anyone coming through for you for some support. Okay, we will come back for that. It sounds like it's someone from the other side is what you're looking at. Okay. Okay. All right. I wonder how long it's been. I can still understand. Okay. So that's good. At least people can hear it. But I will reset my audio before now when I come back in. So I did grab, I still have about a handful, but I've been on for almost 6 hours. So I'm going to go eat. I will be back in about an hour. If I catch up on my next session, I will come back onto the free readings here. I will post a pinned comment on everything I completed in this session here in a moment. And then when I come back, I'll be on from 6 probably to 8 p.m. Mountain. Whatever I don't, if I finish early in that one, I will start on the ones I didn't finish in this one. I always put a pinned comment listing the readings and the timestamps, so you can see if I completed you or not, and then you can just click on the timestamp. It'll take you right to your reading. And then after I finish my next session from 6 to 8 p.m. Mountain, Then I will spend about an hour, hour and a half with my Praying Mantis members. After I'm done with that, I come back on. If I don't finish everything in my second session, then I come back on to a third session, complete everything I did not complete during the day. So we will eventually get everyone's readings, and I appreciate your patience so much. But I do need to go eat and rest for a little bit before we jump back in for more readings. So thank you guys again for all the thumbs up, all the love, and all the support. And I shall return. Until then, remember, if you want to real quick, Brenda, but I won't finish it right now. I'll be doing it tonight when I return in about an hour. But remember, every second of every day of our lives that we truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you guys again, remember, have some fun, because this is a giant playground. Why are we being so serious? Make sure to have some fun, have some play, and enjoy the moments. Because why else are we here, right? To have fun on the playground. All right, and we'll wait for your question here, Brenda. I'll grab it, and then I will be out, but I shall return in about an hour. I'll be posting the chat here and the announcement for my 6 p.m. one here momentarily. So if you guys want to jump back on and start putting questions there, you can do that too for the next one as well. All right, there you go. Thank you, Brenda, for your donation. You'll be up first when I return at 6. You are very welcome. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Many blessings, much love. We'll see you soon.